Alrighty, better early than late, as I always say. We're going to be reacting to a couple videos. But before that, we're going to wait. We're going to wait to make sure that everybody's in, everybody's settled, everybody's calm, everybody's cool. We're all having a good time. And then I'm going to tell you what we're doing. So we're going to give it a couple seconds. And that was enough. That was enough. That was a couple seconds, right? Okay, good. I got a comment on one of my videos, and I was just like, I have to respond to this in some way. Um, Somebody had basically mentioned that Gary Stevenson, Gary's Economics, I think that's his name, Gary Stevenson, is a man of the people. He's trying to fix the UK. Now, here's the thing: I have no idea if the guy is actually trying to fix the UK. I understand that he's proposing, some economic changes and these types of things. And maybe that's necessary. Maybe that's what you need to fix the UK economy. Maybe. I lean towards no. I lean towards it's probably due to a bunch of social policies that have um, really hurt the UK economy. And then also, there are a bunch of, you know, policies that are probably more fiscally based that are not great. And the way out of it is not to lean further into the progressive leftist view of economics and economic triumph and these types of things. That's kind of what you've already been doing. But I appreciate someone who wants to enact real significant change, even if I don't think it's going to work. I understand the impulse to try something different if things are not going well. That makes perfect sense to me. And I'd be willing to, give someone the benefit of the doubt and go, yeah, you know what? Give it a shot. But be aware that if this doesn't work, we're not going to try it again. You don't get to equivocate and go, no, 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 we didn't do it right. We didn't do it the way we were supposed to. This wasn't real socialism. We never got the things that we wanted out of it. No, 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 no. If it's a horrible failure, it's a horrible failure because of the underlying fundamental policies that you proposed. Okay? If the exact execution was not perfect, guess what? That is a factor that must be in every human enterprise. Okay. You're never going to get 100% in all of these things. It's just not going to happen. If your policy, if your principles do not allow for any failure or deviation from the plan, well, then your plan is doomed to fail. It just is. It's the way it goes. So, the thing that actually stuck in my craw, though, was Gary Stevenson is a man of the people. I know he sounds like one. I don't know if that's his actual voice, by the way. Obviously, people can put on an accent and pretend to be a, from a really disenfranchised working class background, and they're actually from, super high class origins. I don't know if that's his origin or not. I do know, because he says it again and again and again in this video that we're about to see, that he's a millionaire. He's a millionaire, he's a millionaire, he's a millionaire. I'm pretty sure he worked in, London City banking for years and years. And therefore, I don't know if that's a man of the people. My contention is if he is a man of the people, just because he, his rhetoric appeals to some of those people, well, then Donald Trump is a man of the people. Because Donald Trump, way richer, obviously, but his rhetoric sounds like a normal person. And certainly, if you talk to his base, they are made up of mainly working class people for whom his no nonsense style appeals to. So, if Trump, if Gary Stevenson is a man of the people, Trump is a man of the people. You don't get to pick and choose. It's either is the aesthetic appealing to working class people, okay, then they're both working class heroes. If not, you can't have either of them. All right, now let's watch this. I did watch some of this video before, but I never finished it. And I do like this guy, Warren Smith. He's pretty cool. I like the way that he analyzes these videos. He's generally speaking not trying to debate specific points, which I appreciate. It does kind of bite him a couple times because he'll miss certain things, but he's generally just trying to look and see the tactics each side is employing, and he doesn't really debate the actual points, which can be good, can be bad. But I appreciate it because he's kind of the only person I see doing that.
Gary's economics has absolutely blown up. We're going to take a look at a debate he has on Diary of a CEO, and he's using some very specific patterns to create an illusion.
You know, our kids will be rich, their kids will be poor. And I just think we should be honest with them. Capitalism's finished.
They're highly effective. Once you see them, you won't unsee them. You'll start to spot them. Look at how many times in this debate he refers to our viewers.
Our kids will be rich, their kids will be poor. They'll pay the taxes. We won't pay the taxes.
That's a bad example because he's talking about, when he says our kids, he's talking specifically about, like rich people's kids, because everyone on this podcast is, wealthy.
Avoid it. I'll make money betting on it year after year. Why are we lying to them?
Yeah, I think that's an overly simplified view of things.
I want what's best for our viewers. Our viewers can't pay for this. It creates this illusion of he's fighting for me.
Stephen, your viewers are here. Listen, Stephen, your viewers are here. You are a very wealthy person. They are paying 20, 30, 40, 50%. You should be paying your fair share, Stephen. You should. I'm here to protect the working class.
The other technique he uses is, look, I know that I'm probably going to lose.
I don't come here saying I want to tax rich people because it's easy. I know it's hard. I know probably I'm going to lose.
That's effective because it's...
Now, the thing is, if he actually believes that, then he shouldn't be making that argument. Really, legitimately. If you actually are looking at this from a perspective of, I want effective policy change that enriches the lives of people, normal people, working class people, everybody, right? Then you have a practical, pragmatic mindset. If that's the case, then you need to be looking at these things from a perspective of, can this happen? Can this work? Is it possible that we enact policies that tax a certain segment of the population at a higher rate, and we'll say, you know what, we're just going to guarantee, hypothetically, that absolutely solves problems. Okay, we can say that that's true. You know what, the funding from those people enacts initiatives and programs that massively help everybody else out. Okay, we'll table that for now. Can you get those people to pay more money? If your answer is no, it's almost certainly not going to happen. Okay, so why wouldn't it happen? Well, they've got an enormous amount of entrenched power, so they're going to be able to game the system and make it very difficult for us to pass any of that legislation. Okay, that's a detractor for this policy then, because it's not going to happen. It's much less likely to happen. Okay, well, let's say, you know what? Let's say what happens. Let's say there's a huge, giant groundswell of support because there's way more people, on the lower tier than there are people in the higher tier, and those, giant number override the amount of entrenched power that these wealthy people have. Okay, so this happens. This passes. You still need to then collect the money from them. Is that going to happen? Well, no, I think I'm going to lose. I don't think it's going to happen. Why? Well, because they'll move. They don't have any particular affiliation with this country. They've got tons and tons of money. If their only interest is keeping as much of their money as they possibly can, can't they just move to another country? Yeah, they can. All right, and I'm aware of that. So it's very difficult. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. Okay, that's a point against even arguing for this approach, because it's just wasting time. It's just wasting time. And if you're a pragmatic person, which this guy seems to be arguing that he is, then the only possible reason you would be making this argument is for self-aggrandizement, is for your own self-interest. I'm able to take this to raise my own profile and come out with more fame and fortune to my name, even though I know that this approach is doomed to failure. There's no point in even doing it. It's a complete waste of time. Instead of actually trying to advance the conversation in a way that might actually improve the lives of people, I'm just going to make, bullcrap proclamations, and I get something out of this, and that's all I care about.
True, there are are battles worth fighting even when you know you're going to lose.
I'm probably going to lose. And that's why I bet on the economy getting worse. And that's why I know poverty is going to increase.
That kind of alleviates the expectation of any of this actually working.
And I know we're losing the argument. And I know that Farage will win, and I know that Trump will win, and I know that things will get worse. I don't think I'm going to win.
That's part of the hero's archetype that resonates with us deeply, which is one of the reasons I think that he's taking off.
I don't think it's impossible that we ordinary people can win and get a fair share, but I think it's worth fighting for, Steve, so I fight for it anyway.
And don't underestimate the power of repetition by doing this repeatedly.
I know it's difficult, and I know I'm probably going to lose. I know I'm probably going to lose, and that means our viewers will be poor. But I do it anyway because I do not want this country that I grew up in to fall into desperate poverty.
Yeah, who does? Where have we heard that before? Well, I'm against poverty.
If you know you're promoting a strategy that is not going to work, and it sounds like you think is incredibly, almost impossible, then why would you not be more practical in your solution?
Stephen,
And you have to admit, the real possibility here is that he's doing it. Like, I mean, either you think this guy's a complete idiot and he's just doing it because it's like, you know, I don't know. I'm just doing it because it feels good. Maybe. But you also have to allow for the possibility that he's doing it because he knows it's a popular argument that's going to get him views and subscribers and all of that money and fame and clout and all that kind of jazz, which seems to be the case if he's blowing up. Even if, you know, again, it doesn't help anybody in terms of real substantive change in the political landscape.
if it was impossible, I wouldn't be here.
So you think it's possible?
Of course it's possible. Of course it's possible.
But you believe you're not going to win?
I'm a betting man, Steve. I'm a betting man. I put my bets on. You know, I am. If I get
betting on collapse.
because
And then he moves right back to our viewers.
I know our viewers, kids, will live in desperate poverty. I know that. I do this because it is hard.
It fosters this parasocial relationship.
Yeah.
If we are a country which says to ourselves, we don't try and do things which are necessary to keep our kids out of poverty because they are hard, then our kids will live in poverty. I don't need to be here.
He keeps restating, "Look, I don't need to be here. I've already made money.
I'm a multimillionaire just like you. I could be in the Philippines drinking pina coladas.
So why would I lie?" It does create an air of credibility.
Just as a quick aside, why would he lie? Some people don't care that much about money. Some people care more about, you know, fame and clout and that kind of stuff. They're happy to blow all their money. I mean, I made a video about Mr. Beast yesterday, and, you know, that was, he's not necessarily the best example because, you know, he does a lot of philanthropic work and that type of stuff. But also, he is using all of his money to fund his YouTube career. And I would say his YouTube career is purely based on how many views can I get. I don't think he's looking at how much money can I make from each video. He's looking at how many views can I get. That is a specific kind of, you know, that's a specific kind of goal. If he could go into desperate poverty and, you know, blow up all of his fortune and fame and all that kind of stuff, but he would get 10 times more views, I think he would do it. That means that, you know, money is not necessarily the end goal for everybody. And maybe for this guy, for Gary's economics, that is the goal. Is he's just, you know, I'm out in this because I want to be more famous. I want to be more of a household figure. All right. That's a total possibility. People absolutely do that.
Because I come from a poor background and it's ordinary families like my family, like the kids I grew up with, whose kids are going to be in poverty. It's difficult, but it is necessary. Sometimes we have to do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. That is what makes a rich country rich.
And he builds upon that story. Notice how many times throughout this debate he repeats this over and over again.
We're millionaires, okay? The people who watch us are mostly not millionaires. Is life going to get better for them?
There's a sense of he's fighting for us, and that causes us to kind of override the logic of what's being said.
I agree with you on the passion, and I agree with you on the problem. I don't agree with you on the solution because in
That's fine,
2019,
because, we'll all be
just
rich
one
and our
sec.
kids will be
in,
rich.
in 2020, and that's not what I'm saying.
As opposed to the guy who's debating, who doesn't do that at all. He's just trying to address the logic here, and it doesn't resonate in the same way.
So if I get given
Yeah, a story beats facts 100% of the time. It's never a question. If you have a better story, you win, even if there are no facts in it whatsoever. All right. Fiction, if I'm not mistaken, is more popular than nonfiction. Okay. It's just the case. And certainly it's more popular in terms of, what are we willing to spend our money on? Am I willing to spend, $20, $30 to watch a 2-hour movie? Yeah, sure. Okay, how about, spending $10 for a newspaper subscription for a month or a week or something like that? No, not really. I don't really need that. Yeah. So if you have a good story or, you tell your story better than the other person, then you win. That's unfortunate because it does allow people to inflict like mental injury to others by saying like, hey, this is a really cool story. You are the hero of this story because you're a working poor person, instead of actually giving them real legitimate chances of like getting out of that. You're basically just allowing them to feel better about being in a crappy position because you can tell a cool story about it, and that resonates with people. It really does. It captures their minds and their hearts very easily, as opposed to much more reasonable, pragmatic talking points and debates. And I think the problem here is, again, this is why I do have a problem with debates. This is why I think I don't know if I would ever get into a debate with somebody who's like actually good at debating, because unless I massively level up my ability to do it, I'm just gonna kind of come away being like, no, this was completely worthless. This was a completely worthless thing. This was not a pursuit of truth. This was not us debating things in such a way that we each arrive at a better understanding of the issue, and our audience does too, and they get to make up their own minds. That's not what debate is in a lot of ways right now. A lot of it is just, which tactics win. Who wins over the most people? Not because we've presented them with both sides of the issue and we've allowed them to use their own critical thinking abilities to decide what the better argument is and what the more likely to succeed path is, or what is closer to the truth, but simply, you know what? I feel like this guy just like, agrees with me more. This guy like, makes me feel better, so his argument must be better. That's what's happening here. We've got one person who is debating as an actual, seeker of truth. I'm trying to find the best solution to this thing, who's not the guy on the screen. And then we've got the guy on the screen who's trying to win people over. Not find truth, not find solutions, just win them over.
£10 billion, I don't pay any tax. But if I work for £10 billion, I pay 60%.
That's not true. And again, I mean, this is just one thing that I will just say super quick. Yeah, if you inherit money, you pay taxes on it. That's absolute just bullshit. This guy's just lying.
This is the tax system that you want. You will end up in a system.
And this is the thing. He's just being like, this guy, unfortunately, just gets outclassed because he's trying to have, a normal debate. Okay. And he needs to be jumping down this guy's throat and going like, no, he needs to be cursing him out. He needs to be like, no, you're an absolute idiot. If you actually believe that, look, no, we've all got phones. Let me take it out. Let me take it out right now. Let me see. Let me just Google. Let me ask ChatGPT. If I inherit 10 million pounds in the UK, do I pay any taxes on it? Oh yeah, it says yes. It says yes right here. Right here. Are you lying? Or are you just...
Where your kids and my kids and Steven's kids are multimillionaires, and these guys out there...
This guy's a liar.
...to feed their kids...
This guy is a liar.
That's not what I'm saying.
There it is right there. He's breaking the fourth wall and talking to his viewers.
That's what I'm betting on. That's fine, because I'll make money in the markets. It's fine. And you'll make money and you'll make money. It's our viewers who will be poor, and that's fine.
So why would he be lying? Because he's got nothing to gain and nothing to lose. It's getting harder and harder to tell what is true.
But he is just straight up lying. Sorry, Warren. I am going to skip the ad. I am going to skip it, buddy. Sorry.
Using ground news. And the
good luck in all your endeavors, though.
Pretty shocking.
That's fine. It's fine for us.
Let's explore the other alternative, right? So let's say tax the rich, right? Yeah. So let's play the game of tax the rich.
Tax the owners, not the workers.
Yeah. Claiming to know which is right. I'm just trying to point out the flaws that I'm seeing with this.
If you come up with this idea of let's tax richest people 1%, if a tiny proportion of them leave, we're all in trouble.
So what that 1% does has a
We said it
30% impact. What the 10% does has a 60% impact.
In the UK, 1% of people pay 30% of the taxes, 10% of people pay 60% of the taxes.
They use the analogy of you go out to dinner.
And one person says, hey, I've got this, I'll get 60% of the bill tonight. We say to them, no, it should be 70%, it should be 80%. And they say, you know what, I'll get up and leave. So they leave. Everyone else's bill just doubled.
And one of the most important points is that ever since COVID, we are more mobile than ever before.
In 2020, we made a decision globally to shut down the economy, and we taught everyone that they can live and work from anywhere. The biggest threat to everything you're saying is remote working. The fact that we can live and work from anywhere.
Which means that these millionaires have the ability to leave more so than ever before.
The Duke of Westminster inherited £10 billion and paid nothing. Do you think that's fair?
That's not.
Again, so this is where he's getting that number from of like, oh yeah, if you inherit 10 million pounds, you don't pay any taxes. It's a completely weird thing because the Duke of Westminster, he's not. I mean, this guy's going to mention it, I think, but it's a completely different kind of inheritance. If you work for 10 million pounds, dollars, whatever, and then you inherit it, you know, your kids inherit it, they pay a ton of taxes on that. They pay an enormous amount of taxes. Like half, more than half, certainly in the US, half of it gets taken away right away, immediately. It's gone. Unless you set it up in such a way that they are not actually inheriting that money. The inheritance is squirreled away in some, you know, series of banks and markets and these types of things, such that they get, you know, a little bit of a payout every once in a while. You know, that's the only way to do it. It's the only way to insulate this money from, you know, the theft of taxation. All right. What did they go? Yeah. How come when you die, the government gets to take half your money? Why? Why is that thing? Yeah, that seems to me way crazier than, you know, oh man, if you're rich, you don't pay any taxes. It's like, I would love it if that were the case. Are you kidding me?
Not true.
So watch what happens when Gary tries
It's
to
not
break this
true.
down as though it is really simple.
Doesn't matter though.
Okay, why is it not true?
Because the Duke of Westminster is one of the highest taxpayers in the country.
What does he pay?
He'd pay income tax, corporate tax, he'd pay stamp duty when he buys a building. Inheritance tax is 40% across the course of your life. The truth is he's one of the highest taxpayers in the UK. He's one of the biggest employers in the UK. He's one of the
One of the biggest landowners in the
landowners in the UK.
No, it seems to be the problem.
And I think I will also say this hits differently for someone in the UK, which is why I think the UK, like he's probably blowing up specifically in the UK because there is this difference of opinion when we look at rich people. In the US, because, I mean, certainly you do get a bonus if you're born wealthy. That's true. But the mobility between classes, like, you know, going from middle class to upper class, going from upper class to middle class to lower class is very clear. It happens all the time. And it happens very quickly, you know? So there's also, you know, there's never been a landed gentry in the US. Really? No, not really. There's no aristocracy. Nothing true of like, you know, we're passing down a title. Your father was a duke, so you're a duke. And with a dukedom comes huge amounts of, you know, land and wealth and all kinds of stuff comes with it, right? We've never had that in the US. In the UK and, you know, most of Europe, that has always been the case. And therefore, there's a lot more suspicion on someone who's rich in the UK, because in the US, it's like, okay, you made that money or your dad made that money or whatever, you know, you are connected to someone who was very successful, worked very hard, and did a lot of good, valuable stuff. So you're rich now and your whole family's rich. Okay, cool. You know, we still do have a little bit of animosity if you inherited it, but it's not nearly the same level of suspicion that you would get in the UK. Because in the UK, what? Your, you know, 9 times great-grandfather was in a war with some guy and they got him, you know, a barony or something like that. Well, that's bullcrap. Yeah, like you didn't earn that. Nobody earned that. It was just a political favor that, you know, happened, and then you've been, you know, grandfathered in nepotism, you know, 9 times down the line. Yeah. So there is a lot more sympathy for this message in the UK than in the US, I think. But I mean, it still sticks in my craw. It still rubs me the wrong way.
problem is land ownership. Are you going to reclaim that land? If not, what are you actually proposing?
Inheritance is
Doesn't
not
matter.
income.
And again, it's not about that. Gary's economics is making these points for rhetorical value. He's doing it because he's trying to win the argument. He's trying to win people over to his side. He's trying to recruit. He's not really trying to figure out who's right, who's wrong. He's just trying to pull more people to his side. I guess, I mean, if I'm being generous, it's because he needs a certain level of support behind him to enact social change. I think he's got like 3 million. Let me see. Gary's economics. Let's see what Gary's economics is. What is he? I can't type. My stuff's right in front of me. But let's see. 1.4 million. That's a big YouTube channel. All right. So he's, if we're being honest here, if he wanted to make some sort of political change, 1.4 million is plenty enough people to do it. He absolutely could do it, especially in the UK. Yeah, it's a much smaller country. I think he's got massively outsized influence. If he wants to make actual political change, he could do it. He could literally do it. So it does strike me as he's doing this for his own self-interest, which again, I have no problem with, but it is disingenuous. It is hypocritical.
So wait. So if I get given £10 billion, I don't pay any tax. But if I work for £10 billion, I pay 60%.
And again, yeah, he's just like, and he just reiterates this false claim that he says. Again, even though the guy just explained, like, no, this is not the case. This guy did just pay. I just told you how this guy paid taxes. I just told you. I just like laid out like a whole series of things how this guy pays taxes. Oh, okay. So false claim, right? No, were you not listening? Did you just black out for a second there? I just told you that's not the case. Oh, okay, so I'm right and you're wrong.
Every dollar that he's inheriting, someone already paid taxes on that. Do I have the right to pass along the fruits of my labor to my ancestors without them being taxed again?
Descendants.
If you inherit
This is the tax system that you want. You will end up in a system
I'm just
where
simply
the
saying-
kids of the rich will own everything.
I'm just saying
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And that's fine because that's our kids.
You're not telling the
You know
truth
what?
about his
Let's support it. Let's have a
situation.
tax system.
That's the problem. Is he's equating inheritance with income. It's an illusion here. It's a slippery illusion.
And these guys out there can't afford to feed their kids and put the heat in.
That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what you will get.
That's not what I'm
That is
saying.
what you will get. Listen.
No, see, and again, Gary's already off to another thing. He's talking about something completely different now. This guy's still stuck on. No, we were arguing a point. I gave you facts and figures. I gave you logic, and you just deflected. You said something else. You made a false claim, and now I'm talking about something completely unrelated. Oh, these kids are going to be poor. Wait, what? No, that's not what we were talking about. Why are we talking about it? Okay.
That's what I'm betting on. That's fine because I'll make money in the markets. It's fine. And you'll make money and you'll make money. It's our viewers who will be poor. And that's fine. I want your viewers, the viewers here, to be paying less tax.
Okay, but
whilst multimillionaires pay more tax.
Good in theory, but if you could tax rich people 1% of their wealth above 10 million, you might be able to get 20 billion.
Yeah.
Right? That's if they don't leave. That's if they don't respond to it. If they just happily pay it, you get 20 billion.
that's not fair.
That's less than a week worth of current government spending.
I'm intrigued by the comments and how he has become this massive phenomenon in a way.
Okay, so let's get that 20 billion and cut the taxes for the viewers. Cut their income.
So that works out about 250 a year.
And not only is it a YouTube channel, it's become this movement that's gaining support and politicians are listening. And
Our young people can have that as well, but they won't get it unless they fight for it. So I would encourage people to educate themselves, support my work, get involved politically. If you don't play politics, I guarantee you the other side will play politics. And that means your kids and your grandkids live in poverty.
I was just intrigued by this specific debate because I started to notice some patterns that I think are a little bit sneaky.
Can we zoom out just a minute, right? I want to zoom out.
Let's zoom away from our viewers' kids.
zoom out.
Forget about them. They're not
No,
there.
Yeah.
I think he's playing with illusions. This one clip, we just saw him combine these 3 techniques together into this one sequence.
And I would like to say, I will agree 100%. It is difficult to tax rich people.
Yeah.
It is very, very, very difficult to tax rich people.
It's just a tricky thing because there's truth in that as well.
I know it's hard. I know
Yeah, like it is true. And as we've been saying, it's true. And therefore you need to think further than that. It's not the end of the argument. That is the start. That's the start of an idea that you then need to follow through. If you're going to actually be politically pragmatic, which this guy is trying to pretend that he is, then you have to say, okay, if this proposed solution is not possible, then it is not a possible solution. So proposing it is just wasting everybody's time.
Probably I'm going to lose. I know our viewers, kids, will live in desperate poverty. I know that. I do this because it is hard.
And then throughout this debate, he just repeats
I'm the
it.
hero. I'm the hero. I'm the hero. I'm the hero. We get it, Gary. You're the
I'm not
hero.
even claiming to know which is right. I'm just trying to point out. I started to notice some patterns that I think are a little bit sneaky.
I'm somebody who has made millions of pounds betting on the collapse of society, the collapse of the middle class. I do not have billions of pounds, hundreds of millions of pounds to use to support my YouTube channel. I'm counting on ordinary people like your viewers to support and share my message.
But it's an alluring story that sounds good on the surface, but there's ramifications here that will have a ripple effect, especially in Britain.
I don't want to turn around to our young kids and say, well, I've got this talent, follow your talent. Because it doesn't work, Stephen.
It's true.
It doesn't work.
He's tapping into a real problem, housing prices, growing inequality. How much of this is actually
And again, I mean, yeah, that's the problem here is the real desperation, the real kind of like antipathy people have towards the system. It gives rise to these, demagogues, and I would say, I mean, this is perhaps a little bit inflammatory, but this Gary Stevenson guy seems like a demagogue. He seems like someone who's out in this not only for himself, but just for his own sort of self-aggrandizement. He wants to be more of a figure, more of a person in people's lives. It's just, and for me personally, just like the aesthetic of that is disgusting. I don't like it. Other people do. This is why I don't really like Trump as a personality. For me, I don't like him.
plausible? And how much of this is an illusion? The kind of this
Frostbite.
effective storytelling.
What's going on? How's your week starting out? Let's see. So we're going to follow that up with another video by my boy John Stossel. Let's see. Mamdani's bad ideas. And I really should have made a video of that last one. That was fun. But yeah, I think I made some good points on that one. I should have recorded that. I think I can still chop it up into a video. It's just going to be way more difficult. I need to figure out how to do that on YouTube better. All right. Let's see. We're still on political videos, I think. The philosophical ones are going to be a little bit later. I should probably be, what do you think, juggling them one-on-one? But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this. Yeah, the Gary's economics guy, the more that I see from him, the more I'm just like, yeah, I don't like the aesthetic. It just feels hacky to me. And it just feels gross. I don't like it. Again, I'll say it again. This is why I don't like Trump as a personality. Just the aesthetic of him is not, to me, it's not, it doesn't really resonate with me. I get that it does with other people. And I mean, obviously that's why he's as popular as he is, in the same way that this Gary's economics guy is way more popular, because people do respond to that, the sort of like the manipulative tactics. I think I'm just like overly sensitive to them, so that anytime I see anybody using them at any point in time, I just immediately go, oh, they're using these tactics because their argument sucks. That has to be the case, right? No one would use these tactics if they actually had the winning argument. That's not the case, but that's always my like intuitive, instinctive reaction to them.
Your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Okay, and then let's actually just take a bet here. Do we think Mamdani is going to win the DNC stuff? Do we think he's going to win? I mean, obviously, I think it's still at the point where it's like he is the Democrat nominee, right? I think that's the case. And it's essentially, for a mayor of New York City, it would be an insane, crazy upset if there was a Republican who won it. I think the last time it happened was Giuliani, and the city was in a way more desperate situation than it is now. So people were willing to, vote across party lines. So it's a possibility. It doesn't seem likely. I think Cuomo is like still kind of in the race, which is bananas to me, but it's there. And then everything I see about Mamdani is like the DNC does not like him. They do not want him to win. They think it's going to blow up the party. And they're kind of, as far as I can tell, they're doing a lot of stuff to try to sabotage him, which is probably good for the people of New York City because I don't think his policies are going to do good things. I think they're probably going to really hurt the city. But on the other hand, I don't live in New York City, so if, we get another, booster vaccine for socialism, I'm kind of okay with it.
Zohran Mamdani will probably be my next mayor.
Probably.
He's popular.
Winning more primary votes than any mayoral candidate in New York City history.
People like him because he's good looking, charismatic. The media can't get
Young
enough of him.
cardamom.
And joining me now is Zohran Mamdani.
They also like him because he's
A proud democratic socialist.
a democratic socialist, like
That's what we're talking about.
AOC.
I am here loud and proud to rank Zohran Mamdani #1 for mayor of New York City.
They and most of the media have something in common.
Do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism.
I don't usually cover local politics, but I'll make an exception for Mamdani because
Okay, and I will say, Stossel, you know what you're doing. This is not local politics, okay? New York City is, it's like the city. Everyone who lives anywhere even remotely close to it, just call it the city, as if it's the only city that exists on the planet, right? The reason for that is because New York City does have a massively, massively, massively outsized influence on American politics because it is such a, influential city, even if we're just talking culturally. If the culture of New York City, in the same way that, the culture of LA changes, LA, Hollywood specifically, changes, then all of their cultural exports change with it. And that is an enormous amount of soft power for, one city to have. And if all of a sudden your one, cultural zenith exporting city becomes socialist, well, then that's going to trickle out everywhere. A lot of newspapers, some people don't know this, but like a lot of local newspapers straight up just reprint the New York Times. Like the articles that they do, they're just like, oh, okay, we don't have writers, we're not going to do that. We're just buying that article from the New York Times and we're going to run it in, the Kansas City Tribune or the whatever, right? So if all of a sudden that city is socialist, that policy echoes out across the rest of the US. And therefore, it's not really local politics. It's national politics in a very legitimate, real way.
Because what he believes is what so many privileged young people believe. And these socialist ideas are just stupid.
Yeah.
In this video and the next, we'll look at why socialist policies always backfire.
Socialism. Terrifying word.
Mamdani mocks those.
But that's the funny part is it's like, oh, it's a terrifying word. And I'm like, yeah, okay, dude, back in like the Red Scare in like the 60s, sure. Yeah, it was scary then. And, I think it actually had legitimate reason to be scary then because you had, a like genocidal, regime enacting socialism to the death and detriment of, millions, tens of millions of people. So, kind of legitimately a scary word. But nowadays, no one thinks of socialism as a scary word. It's a cool word. Everyone likes it. And again, if a dash of socialism in New York City is what it takes to give us a sort of, antibody booster to the idea and the word, I'm okay with it. I pray for the people of New York City, but yeah, if it helps the rest of the country, I'm okay with it.
who fear socialism. He says democratic socialism just means
A commitment to dignity, a state that provides whatever is necessary for its people to live a dignified life.
that sounds nice, but a dignified life is not what socialism.
It's a good pragmatic, policy-driven idea. You know, it's like, yes, we can. It's like, oh, hell yeah, dude. Yes, we can. That tells me exactly what you stand for, exactly what you're going to do. It's beautifully laid out. It's elegant. It's a real solution to our significant troubles and problems. I think you're really going to get some stuff done because you've got such a great ground plan. It's going to be executed with beautiful precision.
Socialism brings. Mondani was more honest about that before he ran for mayor.
The end goal of seizing the means of production.
Seizing the means of production. That means
Right out of the
government
handbook.
controls most everything. To house poor people, government should take over apartment buildings.
Whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now.
But abolition of private property has been tried.
Yep. Nationalize it.
Everywhere it's been tried, government ownership wrecks lives. Here's what grocery stores sometimes look like in socialist Venezuela. Yet Mamdani says,
I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores whose mission is lower prices, not price gouging. These stores will operate without...
Again, the price gouging argument, it's been completely, totally blown up, but I know a lot of people don't see it. Dude, grocery stores operate at a razor-thin profit margin, okay? Razor-thin. They are barely able to make ends meet because of the way in which they operate. There's never been any provable price gouging, and people have looked into it. People have absolutely done everything they possibly can to find evidence that these grocery stores are gouging prices. It's never been shown to be true, okay? But again, that's a story. That's not a story. That's a fact. The story of, man, this stuff's getting more expensive and you get less of it. These guys are just taking you to the cleaners. You're getting screwed over by those greedy grocery store owners. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? That sounds like what you would do if you owned a grocery store, right? If I owned a grocery store, I'd be taking people to the cleaners all day, every day. And yeah, maybe you would, and your grocery store would fail because everyone would go, oh yeah, there's another one around the corner, dude. The prices are way better there. I'm just going to go there. You're not giving me anything extra. Oh, man. Well, looks like I'm going to lose this grocery. You know what? Maybe I'll lower my prices. Maybe I'll just make it so that, I'm making a little bit of money on this so I can pay all my people and, take home a salary for myself. Maybe I'll do that. But then now I can't gouge anybody on the prices. That's okay. I'd rather just keep the store and make a little bit of money on it.
a profit motive and will pass on those savings to you.
No profit motive. That appeals to people. But the profit motive is exactly what keeps stores stocked and why we spend much less on food than we did 100 years ago and why we have more options.
Hundreds of sales every week?
We have choices because capitalists must compete to get your dollars. Compare your experience at your profit-seeking grocery store to
dysfunction at the DMV.
Government services bring tedious bureaucracy.
People say hours-long waits have been greeting them at the doors.
I don't want my grocery store run like that.
Shelves are empty at an East Kansas City grocery store that's gotten millions of dollars from taxpayers.
Cities have tried subsidizing groceries, but the results aren't pretty.
A rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked.
I watch people walk in and walk out.
Yet Mamdani promises
City-owned grocery stores with guaranteed lower prices.
even if Mamdani's stores work better, they'll cost tax dollars and take customers from businesses that pay taxes.
How are you going to try to come in and disrupt our livelihood?
Mamdani doesn't discuss how subsidies destroy private tax-paying competition.
Which is also true. I mean, this is the Walmart argument. Oh my God, Walmart puts people out of business. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's true. Who does it put out of business? Puts out people that are competing with them and, lower stuff. Okay, well then, but people are choosing to be at Walmart. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. So does that mean we should just totally support Walmart and all this kind of stuff? And I was like, yeah, sure. But is it also a level playing field? That's the other thing that you need to ask that people generally don't. And it's like, all right, well, how come Walmart or Amazon, for that matter, can do things so cheaply? Part of it is due to, just being a big, giant, huge corporation, and therefore they can negotiate deals at, lower profit margins for them. They can do that. But it's also the fact that they get carve-outs in the governments. They get subsidies. They get huge tax breaks. They get all of this type of stuff that then makes it even more, exponentially more difficult for any competitor to compete with them. And if those competitors start to compete with them, they can lobby the government, like the Amazons, the already big places, and go, yeah, you know what? I don't think these people should be getting that same kind of carve out. They shouldn't be getting that same tax break, right? Yeah. And, this is what sets them up as too big to fail. They can't possibly be anything other than the biggest thing in the market because they have these government protections.
He just says socialism helps everyone by taking from the ultra rich.
Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires.
Mamdani says he'll fund his handouts by taxing the rich. But wealth taxes never bring in what's promised.
People don't work to pay taxes.
Economist Art Laffer famously pointed out that at a certain level, higher taxes stop bringing in more money because rich people work hard.
And that's been shown to be the case. There was what was it? Was it Sweden? I think it's Sweden, wherever ABBA's from. They did that for a while. They had those things, and you know what happened? People were just like, okay, well, if there's a point at which making more money would be paying more taxes than I'm bringing in, I'm just not going to work that much. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. I'm not going to waste my time working so that more of it gets shuttled off to the government. Nope, not going to do it.
Hard to escape high taxes.
They'll change where they earn their income. They'll change how they earn their income. They'll change how much they earn, when they receive the income. They'll change all of those things to minimize taxes.
They will leave the United States.
This billionaire once told me that if New York's taxes go
This
up,
guy, I wonder if he's going to say anything intelligent. There's no way.
rich people will just leave.
You haven't left. I haven't left yet. Are you going to leave? Big story if I leave, I guess. If I leave New York, that's a big story.
He did eventually leave.
Oh,
The
man.
rich people are going to leave, and other people are going to leave. You're going to end up with lots of people that don't produce, and then that's the spiral. That's the end.
It's why Europe axed its wealth taxes.
Europe did that.
Millionaires just left. Even if
What?
you don't like rich people, losing them means losing tax revenue and jobs. In America, it's even easier to leave your city or state.
Oh, yeah.
Millions have already done that, fleeing places like California, New York.
Which is, again, I mean, this is something we have to say. This is a great strength of the U.S. that you have 50 different laboratories trying different things. And guess what? If people are leaving California and New York, it's probably because of California and New York policies. And if they're going to other places, it's probably because those policies attract them. So you've got clear, success metrics. You've got very obvious, yeah, this works, this doesn't. Okay, well, what do we do? Let's keep leaning on the people that are failing. California, the New Yorks, yeah. Those are cool, right? We're still going to do what they do. Okay, keep praying for failure.
New York and Illinois. Mamdani sometimes knows this.
We are talking about our tax base growing smaller and smaller each day with New Yorkers leaving.
Everybody's going to check out a Dodge while that guy's around.
It's crazy. It's not like this is a new idea. Does Mamdani even know that his state already tried high taxes on the rich? They didn't work.
We projected that we'd get $4 billion, and we actually got well short of it.
Maryland tried it too.
He was supposed to bring in $106 million.
That's right.
What happened?
They lost $257 million. Surprise.
Well, I'm surprised.
Nobody should be surprised. They're out of here. These people aren't stupid.
Do Mamdani's supporters think this time will be different? In my next video, I'll cover
Yeah, they sure
more
hope so.
bad ideas from the socialist. Just economic policy. I'll skip things like defunding the police, globalize the intifada,
Oof.
and Mamdani's lack of experience.
Mm.
The socialist economic proposals, like his $30 minimum wage,
Woof.
are bad enough.
Good old John Stossel. Doing the Lord's work. We like to hear from him every once in a while. Though, I'll be honest, I have not seen a lot of his videos. I used to, they used to always pop up for me. I haven't seen him recently. So I'm glad he's still doing it. But yeah, this is just kind of, going through again. I think it needs to be restated. The amount of people that it sort of like just see socialism as cool. It's not good. It's not a good thing that, people are, I don't know, is it like they're uneducated enough on history? Like, these are real legitimate, like, quantifiable questions. Okay. Back in the day, way back in the day when, the Communist Manifesto first comes out, this has never been tried before. Maybe like there's some reasonable argument for going, we should try this. There's going to be people, and there were people that were like, no, this isn't going to work. People are greedy. People are, people are human. And therefore, this stuff's probably not going to work. But it's never been tried before, so maybe it would. It's been tried. And all of the critiques came true. And the things didn't work. These are quantifiable things. We can go, yeah, was this tested? It was. Did it work? No. Should we try it again? Well, what were the downsides? Huge, massive, enormous, like economic ruin or, millions of people dead or both. Yeah, okay, it seems like we probably shouldn't roll those dice again because those dice are cursed and explode in your face. So, yeah, let's not do it. But again, it's the power of like this story. You're the downtrodden hero. People like to hear that. It's not your fault that, you're not doing well. It's the system. That might be true, but it's probably not because the system is not taking care of you enough. It's because it's taking care of you too much and it's doing a bad job at it because it's not incentivized to do a good job. It gets your money regardless. So if it does a crap job, it doesn't affect them. Alrighty. I think I have seen this video, but I do want to just go through it again because I do like people dunking on socialists.
Socialism. Socialism is the way forward.
Socialism is popular. In recent years, more than a third of American adults said they view socialism positively. Why? Maybe because social media is filled with economically illiterate people saying things like,
socialism is working better than
all of these people look really like super educated and knowledgeable. Really reasonable too.
capitalism 93% of the time.
93%
Hang
of
on.
the
Socialism.
What did she say?
Social media is filled with
Let's listen.
economically illiterate people saying things like,
Socialism is working better than capitalism 93% of the time.
Okay. Just out of nowhere. 93% of the time. Does that make, like, do those words make you cringe? They make me, I'm literally like struggling to speak. How would you get numbers like 93% of the time? I'm sure she's going to go into it. I'm sure it's not just, that's the end of the video.
93% of the time? Where does she get that? Well, I asked Stossel TV producer Christine Tokarev to investigate.
Let's see it.
She got it from this study
Oh, okay.
published in the Journal of Health Services 40 years ago. But its Marxist authors conveniently exclude high-income countries like the US, Japan, Canada, in fact, all the biggest capitalist countries.
Oh.
They compare socialist countries to allegedly capitalist countries like these, some of which were at war. Based on that, she says,
We have all the data showing that socialism does work.
Madeline Pendleton is a TikTok star with more than...
Oh my God, this is incredible. How long do you think it takes to do your makeup like that? Legit. How long? I mean, I guess you get better at it, right? You have to get better at it eventually. And therefore, like, you practice it again and again and again. You can just slop it on your eyes and these types of things. But how many times do you just look in the mirror and like you're halfway through and you're going, what the hell am I doing? And you're just like, all right, I'm going back to bed. This was a do-over day. We're done.
And 1 million subscribers.
What do I like about communism?
She celebrates communism too.
Mostly the increased life expectancy.
But there's no increased life expectancy. People live longest in capitalist places like Japan and South Korea. Even in the United States, where more people die young because we drive more. And so we have more car accidents. We eat more and get fat.
Is that mac and cheese on your hamburger? It is mac and cheese.
Woof, big boy.
We shoot each other more often, and we take more dangerous drugs. Yet we still live longer than people in China. But socialism is also better, says Pendleton.
And those are China's numbers. Let's be totally honest here. Those are China's numbers. And let's also imagine that let's assume that was the case. Do you think they're factoring in, the Maoist famines into their numbers? Do you think those are taking into the averages? And this is now like, this is current China, which is like, has huge numbers of, capitalist sort of conventions in a lot of ways, even though they are still absolutely a communist, state-controlled, authoritarian country. There's a lot more, capitalism in their model than there was back under Mao when they were really legit, full-bore communist and people were dying by the droves.
Because of
the 90 to 100% home ownership rates.
100%? That's just silly.
Yeah.
China, if you believe their statistics,
there you go,
does have almost 90% home ownership. But that only happened after China terminated socialist housing.
Yeah. So here's the other side of this. A lot of those homes are bought as, investments, because that's like the thing that's propping up the vast majority of their economy are these bullcrap houses that technically in a lot of ways, I'm pretty sure they actually don't even own the houses. Like in very real ways, the home ownership in China is like, you're not technically owning it. You're leasing it long-term from the government because the government owns them. So it's not home ownership in the way that we understand it as like Americans or in the UK, whoever's watching, in the West, it's a very different version of home ownership.
Under socialism, just 20% of people owned homes. In socialist Venezuela, homeowners don't even own their homes.
Dozens of people squatting in this abandoned office tower in central Caracas.
Yet Pendleton claims
the commies want to steal your house from your landlord and give it straight to you.
Pendleton has plenty of company praising socialism on social media. This YouTuber with almost 2 million subscribers tells people why you should be a socialist.
The guaranteed right to healthcare, food, and shelter.
It's true, socialism promises free healthcare, food, and shelter. But that doesn't mean what people get is any good. Look at Cuba.
El sistema nacional de salud cubano está destruido.
Los hospitales abarrotados, la gente muriéndose en los pasillos.
This socialist TikToker with Karl Marx-like hair has 100,000 subscribers.
I don't know about that.
Capitalism is a political economy which prioritizes.
I'll be honest here. Marx is a much more dignified hairstyle than this guy.
Profits over people. The antidote to that political economy would be socialism, a political economy that prioritizes people over profits.
Socialist theory does.
I don't know if that's true.
And again, what people get is misery.
Is that true? It's people over profits. I mean, obviously the framing is, profits over people. That's bullcrap, obviously. But the idea that, the main goal of socialism is people. That's what we're looking at. And I was like, well, then who is put in charge? Is it people or is it the government? Because people are individuals. So are they given, the freedom to do what they want? And it's like, yeah, okay, we don't have to worry about profits. We don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. It's just everybody doing what they want from their heart, their own individual goals and these types of things. Or is it, well, okay, I mean, you can do that if the government says it's okay. And yeah, okay, it's the government. Spoiler.
You would be subjected to backbreaking labor, brutality, starvation,
countless millions of deaths.
Oh, yeah.
and the worst man-made famine in human history.
Yet a man calling himself spooky, scary socialist gets almost 2 million views saying
communism did work.
Scary
How many
socialist.
videos? Oh, is it 3 videos on that? Good for him, buddy. He got it.
Gets almost 2 million views saying
Communism did work.
I hope he's, donating all of that money to the government.
Provided essential services like full employment, rough income inequality.
How can these people be so deluded? I'm eager to hear what they'll say when John interviews them. They tell millions of people
The central idea that unites all socialists is maximizing freedom, a more
Woof.
dignified life, and the democratization of power.
democratization?
Come on,
like
man.
in China?
Yeah. Are you? That's so stupid.
Here, there's just one party, and its leader made himself president for life.
That's really impressive.
Every socialist economy has failed. Venezuela was once the richest country in South America. Now, there are food shortages.
More and more people reduce to eating from the rubbish.
Socialism just doesn't work.
It seemed to work in Vietnam really great, actually.
So says this TikTok socialist. But what finally worked in Vietnam was free markets. Before Vietnam embraced capitalism, people went hungry. The country depended on handouts. Then Vietnam legalized capitalism and freed the private sector. The TikTokers make the same mistake about China.
Socialism worked in China.
China
God.
eradicated extreme poverty.
Wrong.
Totally, yeah. Definitely. I mean, I don't know if these people are like stupid or if they're just like, you know what? I'm getting my stuff. I'm getting my money. If I have to lie to do it. Oh no. Terrible. I'll lie and say that communism's awesome. And I'll whatever. I'll find some bullcrap study maybe here or there. And I can use that as a lie. I don't know. It's difficult to say if they're just stupid or if they know they're lying. I'm not sure. I feel like they're lying. I feel like they know they're lying, right? Because some of this stuff is just so obvious. But then again, maybe they've just been in college for like a really long time. And they actually have just been straight up uneducated that much. Diseducated? Yeah, not uneducated because that means like you haven't gotten any education. This is like miseducated or diseducated, You've been taught things. You've been educated incredibly well and incredibly a lot with wrong information.
Again, when China banned capitalism, millions died.
Those who didn't get on with the leader of the production team or those who disobeyed his orders were starved to death.
It was only after
campaigns like the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution had killed tens of millions of people
that China's leaders reversed course.
Embracing capitalism and encouraging private business.
Only then did average incomes in China rise. But socialism's promoters still say you don't need capitalism or profit.
Innovation can flourish even when people are not motivated by profit. The USSR gave the world the anthrax vaccine, artificial satellites, and one of the earliest mobile phones.
That's true, but do any of you have a socialist-made phone today?
Very good point.
The West has just created so much more. The socialists say
ownership should be collective.
But every attempt, anywhere, at collective ownership...
It should be collective. Okay. Everybody watching this, I now own all your shit. You own some of mine? Yeah, I don't have any stuff. I got nothing. I'm sorry. You can own all my stuff you want. I don't have anything. But all of your stuff, that's also mine now. Does that feel good? You happy about that? No, I don't think so. Feels good when, you're like, yeah, man, I would get more stuff like that because I've got nothing. It sounds good until someone tries to come and take whatever small amount of stuff that you've got.
Has failed. In America, people tried that 200 years ago. In
Literally.
Uvalde, Indiana, private property was abolished. The result, as with similar attempts, was famine. No matter how many views these propagandists get, the fact is, socialism fails.
So what do these popular socialists say in response to these inconvenient facts? Sadly, I can't show you. We invited them to come here and make their points to you. Not one would.
socialism stays winning.
The bottom line is that incentives matter. Nobody washes a rental car because most people don't care a lot about what belongs to everyone. It's just human nature. Capitalism isn't perfect, but if we really want a better future and freedom, capitalism, not socialism, is the way to get those things.
Yeah, I gotta agree
Thanks
with
for
that.
watching this video. If you want to help us make more like that, please click that button.
Alright, let's see. We've got philosophy videos. I've got one other video I think I want to watch. Yeah, I think I got one other video that I want to watch before this, which is good video, brother. Gotta go to work now. Peace. Cave Art Psyop, thanks a bunch. Appreciate it. Alrighty. Destiny upset that Asmongold can get away with jokes. Alright. I mean, obviously, Destiny in a lot of hot water. Let me actually hit record on this. We're going to try to make a video on this. Destiny upset that Asmongold can get away with jokes. Destiny's been in a lot of hot water because of his fun, edgy takes that I actually do find funny, by the way. But it's just a shame that other people can get away with it.
Context, we have streamer Destiny being grilled by Piers Morgan over an issue of morality. That's how we get morality in 2025. We watch the news and we see what hot takes some random schmuck had in his bedroom, and then society gets to decide, is it...
Yeah, this is news. You're watching the news right now. You're informed.
Is it moral to think this way? Are we allowed, or should we condemn? And Destiny, right, a streamer, a schmuck in his own bedroom, has said that the reason children died in a flood in Texas is due to the fact that God killed them. And God killed them because they were using NordVPN, promo code Destiny, to get around the Texas porn ban. At the time, the Texas porn ban was...
Destiny is on meth. I'll be honest, Destiny has gone from someone who I actually turned over and was like, you know what? This guy's making good, rational points. This was a reasonable debate he had with somebody else who I watched way more and kind of agreed with way more. But I was like, you know what? This Destiny guy, he definitely beat him in this debate. And he has now just gone completely off a cliff to the point where I'm like, dude, you've lost it completely. It's almost sad to see, but it's very entertaining, so I'm not actually that sad to see it. But it is impressive to see someone who really holds up this ideal of pure logic and reason and rationale, also being, you know, a shit poster, also having completely crazy, unhinged, just bananas takes on stuff all the time, and then still trying to be taken very seriously in these debates with pure ration, pure reason. It's kind of hilarious to see. But it's the reason why I just literally, if anything has Destiny on it now, I'm just like, nope, don't show me this anymore, YouTube. I don't want to see any of this channel anymore. Don't show me any of this. I'm totally not interested. Get rid of it. And you know what? God be good. He has been completely eliminated from my algorithm. I don't see any Destiny clips at all, ever, anymore. It's a beautiful thing.
Actually worshipped by many Americans, saying that this is the way, this is the future. Until the United Kingdom said, all right, well, if this is the future, like, let us join in. And Australia's go like, let us join in. And now I see right-wingers horrified saying, no, not like that. But still, the issue of the matter is Destiny making this joke, right? Like, he's laughing at children that died. Well, in reality, it's not like that. In reality, he is taking the opportunity. Like, he sees children dying, and it's like, well, this is a golden opportunity for me to make a point. And he did it, and he got grilled by Piers Morgan. Now, the way Destiny tried to spin this around is by saying, look, The reason I did it is to show that right-wingers cannot stand edgy humor. Like, you guys say that you want free speech, you guys say that you champion freedom of expression, but in reality, look, you worship the Texas porn ban, and when I make a joke, you try to go after me and you try to cancel me. You're all a bunch of hypocrites. Like, when the left was banning you, when the left was suppressing you, they did nothing wrong. Like,
Do we actually think that Destiny was playing 4D chess like that? He was like, yeah, I'm going to make the most offensive tweet I can possibly imagine because it will expose the hypocrisy of the right. Or do we think he was thinking in terms of, this is like 2015, 2016, and yeah, it's just funny to like meme on stuff and be edgy and transgressive and stuff, and we can still totally do that because we've been in cultural power for the last 10 years, and therefore my side can do that all the time. I think it's probably he actually thought this was a hilarious banger tweet and put it out and was like, let's see it, man. Everyone's going to know that this is a hilarious joke. And I will be honest, for me, I do like the edgy transgressive humor, so I do think it was kind of funny. But screw the guy. I don't like him. He's completely lost me, but you know, I like an edgy joke, so I can appreciate that.
Side was in the right, we got power and we used it. So that's the argument Destiny tries to make. And so recently he watched Asmongold, and he points out that look, when Asmongold is laughing at jokes with children dying, no one is going after him. So like, this isn't about principles, this is about your side and my side. And so if that's the case, then my side is fully justified on banning your ass. My side is fully justified on taking control of corporations and then enacting its power, because this is how the game is played, right? So let's see if he has a point. Like, was Asmongold actually laughing at children dying, right? Was it the same thing what Destiny did? So let's watch the video first, and then we can comment.
Okay.
See here, the United Nations has reported that 68 African migrants have died and many others are missing following a shipwreck. Do you remember what I said yesterday about where things are going to shift to? Let's read the comments.
Okay. Oof.
I told you guys. Isn't it crazy that it took one day for that to happen?
Okay, so after analyzing, after contemplating and understanding, like absorbing what I have seen, I can come up with the conclusion that Destiny is a moron.
Okay.
It's not because he's not an intelligent
Fair take from the troll VTuber
person, but it's because as a human being, he has decided to give up critical thinking. Like, he looked at the skill that only human beings can do, which is critical thinking, and he was like, no, I don't want this. And instead, he embraces collective thinking. And collective thinking is like my side, right? Like my side, what do they think? Asmongold, man, bad. Okay, so everything that Asmongold says is probably bad. This is not Asmongold laughing at people dying. This is Asmongold having a nervous laughter because he is right. Now, any person that actually takes the time to engage with Asmongold content and understand what he is saying, you would know the following. Asmongold is not a right-winger. Asmongold, just like myself.
Very true. I think, and again, this is the whole thing. It's just like Joe Rogan. I know he pops up on all the right-wing lists, but he is in no way, shape, or form a right-winger. And Asmongold, even Asmon, very recently, until very, very recently, he was towing the sort of progressive line. Very much so. You know, was very happy to say everything in line with the sort of, yeah, you know what, Cyberpunk 2077, having, you know, body type A, body type B, or 1-2 instead of male, female, that's totally fine. He said that, all right? I don't think he was right to say it. I don't love the argument that he was using to do it, but that was his thing. And again, look, go nuts. If you don't care, awesome. I'm glad that you don't care. But most people that were objecting to it because it was, a left-wing talking point and they didn't want to see it in their games. And he does have, from what I can tell, probably pretty, closer to like a Joe Rogan politics, which are absolutely left-wing, liberal, old school 20 years ago, Democrat talking points and political impressions.
Is a atheist Redditor, if you will. We're the type of people that just like to grill. We don't give a shit about Destiny's politics. We don't give a shit about right-wing politics. Unfortunately, however, people keep stuffing their politics up our asshole. So it is what it is. Every decade or so, we have to ally with the left against the right, and then we have to ally with the right against the left. It's a never-ending battle. We're probably the group of people that gets the pendulum to swing, to be honest. It's not through voting, but it's through purchasing power. Like, we literally support the companies that are against the ideology that's being stuffed in our ass at the time of day. And so when you understand this about Asmongold, right? Like, he cares about entertainment. He cares about tits. And he cares about violence. Like, he wants to play video games like World of Warcraft with sexy night elves beating each other up. That's what he is, and that's what I am, right? And I want to be able to create my own ideology for myself and my family, which other people don't have to partake in, right? But unfortunately, as I mentioned before, like, there's other ideologies that go...
All very reasonable points to be had. Yeah. You know what? I mean, the idea that Asmon is more of like the, I just want to grill, leave me alone, libertarian, but, apolitical. That's probably reasonable. That's probably fairly reasonable. But I do think, maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. And again, like, I'm thinking of like a Joe Rogan more specifically, who is absolutely like, yeah, he's left wing, he's liberal. Okay, 100%. It's just that the liberal side at this point is so bananas that, even if, hey, I would be on your side, unfortunately, you're just saying stuff that's so wild and wacky that I can't be. And actually now you're saying stuff that's insanely insane to the point that I actually have to vote against you, no matter who it is. I just have to support the other side because you're going way too far. You're going way too crazy here.
Like, no, every single person on planet Earth needs to fit under our moral framework, even if they're from Romania and we're from Australia. And so when that happens, you start to notice things. And what you notice is that the more authoritarian people get, the more they push and push and push, the more people they piss off. And when they piss off a large number of people, eventually people push back. And the backlash is a lot worse than things used to be. And this is what Asmongold is noticing. Like, he is saying that because the left have pushed so much, have refused to engage in dialogue, have refused to even consider that maybe the other side is human too and we should find a middle ground or anything. They refuse to do that. And because of that, the conversation happened without them, and now the backlash is to the point where when you see a ship capsizing, something that in 2014 it would have been a tragedy and everyone would have gathered around and might be like, oh my god, that's horrible. Now in 2025, people are making memes and jokes about it.
This is true, because in the larger clip that I actually did see from Asmongold, he was very clear. He was very clear. Look, the thing that I'm worried about is that you've pushed this ideology on people such a degree that now, unfortunately, the swing back is in favor of, being straight up just like out and out racist. These people have had, multiculturalism pushed on them so often and so much that, every time they make any criticism of it, where they're like, yeah, the town that I'm living in doesn't really feel like the town that I grew up in because, there's a whole bunch of new people and they're culturally different and these types of things. And I'm not sure if I like that. That's a reasonable criticism, right? It's a reasonable take, a critique that, is not saying anything racist, those people were called racists. Those people were called monstrous racists and probably had, like their jobs taken away. They were fired. They were tarred and feathered in public, in Twitter, and horrible, horrific things happened to them or their friends or so on and so forth. And, the thing that they were talking about was real, was happening, and then happened more and harder. So now those people are just, instead of being, indoctrinated, I mean, some of them were, but the people that weren't went in the other direction and were like, okay, if you're going to call me a racist, I guess I'm just going to be a racist monster. And if that means making memes about, dead immigrants and laughing in your face that this is happening, that's what I'm going to do because you've pushed me to this. I was not this before. Now I am this because of you. You've made more of the people you purport to hate because you converted reasonable, normal people into horrible racists to spite you. It's not because we care about, immigrants coming in and these types of things. No. We cared about the people that called us racist more than the people that are coming over on boats. And you know what? If it makes you sad for me to post a meme about dead immigrants or something like that, that's why I'm going to do it. Not because I care about them, because I care about hurting your feelings. Because you called me racist, so now these people are. This is what Asmongold was talking about, and he was totally right. And it's proven by the fact that that's what people are doing now. That's what what was it, like the AI, dark humor videos and these types of things where people are just saying the most wild, horrible, racist, transgressive stuff they can possibly think of. Yeah, the reason why that's happening is because people got so butthurt when they made reasonable criticisms of policies back in the day.
Why is it that they're upset about the people there? No, it's because of the ideology, right? Now, take into account the people that are making those memes and jokes. They buy things, they support things, they promote things, they vote. And so the left's answer is to suppress them. But by suppressing them, you're not getting rid of them. You're not eliminating them from society. They still exist. And they will still vote. And this is what Asmongold is saying. It's like you're going to get a culture that's going to be anti-woke. And it's not going to be anti-woke because of critical thinking or because of, trying to figure out which way is correct. No, they're going to do literally the opposite of what the woke does. And how does Asmongold know that this is going to happen? Well, it's because that's how the woke came into existence. They looked at the boomers. And the woke did literally the opposite of what the boomers did. 180 degrees on every single stance, on every single issue.
Yep.
And before the boomers, there was the hippie culture. And the boomers did literally the opposite as the hippies. And the hippies did literally the opposite as the generation that came before. It's a pattern in history almost. And this is like something to do with the Anglosphere, I believe, where they have no fucking chill. Like they generally don't understand that certain things can have context and nuance, and maybe you shouldn't be that radical. Maybe you shouldn't have like an on-off switch on everything, and maybe a dial is good. No, it's basically like the previous generation supported that, so we need to be...
Is it just in the Anglosphere? I mean, the West, I can see that. I could see that as a thing. Like it's just in the West. I could understand that because of, different like Asian cultures and these things definitely do have a different view of history and these types of things. And there is this sort of like continuity of generations and these types of things that's way more prevalent in Asian cultures than Western cultures or Eastern cultures. That's probably true. I don't know if the Anglosphere is a specific like sufferer of this and like Eastern Europe or something like that isn't. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure I see that.
180 against it. No exception. And then your children are going to be the same. And Asmongold is basically watching this. And he's noticing it, and he's basically saying, like, you don't know what's going to come in the next 10 or 15 years. Like, the left has taken the internet, which used to be neutral, like no one was touching it, and they also took corporations, which also used to be neutral, and no one was fucking with them, and they forced these entities to be political. And so they justified the tactics, right? And you get Destiny being upset, oh, well, I'm making some jokes and people are after my ass. Yes, the left trained them to be like that. Jokes are not allowed. And you can say, well, yeah, but like right-wingers, you don't believe in free speech. They used to. Unironically, like when Destiny got banned from Twitch the first time around, I remember right-wingers siding with him. I remember many people talking about it. And it's like, yeah, you know, like I hope that Destiny had a megaphone so that everyone can hear his takes. Because at the end of the day, he's unhinged, right? So like, that's a good thing. Like, people should hear it. It's like, this is what a leftist looks like. But now people are so vindictive because they seen their friends banned. They seen that their neighbors getting suppressed. They seen people losing their jobs over jokes that were like 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And so, you know, you can have a principle, but when you see that everyone else is playing against your principle and no one cares about it, like eventually people stop having the principle and people are going to be like, okay, well, fuck it. If censorship is the thing, then so be it. Seriously, like imagine going to a board game meeting and everyone is cheating and you're the only honest person there. Like at some point you're going to start to cheat as well, because it's like, well, okay, well, if no one plays by the rules anyway, I'm not going to be an idiot. And this is what happens with right-wingers. It's not that they don't believe in free speech, it's that they used to. Like I'm looking at Sargon of Akkad, like the previous stream that he had with Arch. You know, Sargon is a friend of mine. And both of us like also agree that freedom of expression is good, that censorship shouldn't happen. And recently he goes on the Archcast and he's like, no, actually, like something should be censored. Like that's a good thing. And how did he become like that? Well, he became like that by being jaded, by people constantly censoring and suppressing him.
I do hear this a lot. I hear this a ton. So like Andrew Wilson says this a lot, where it's like, okay, yeah, this thing maybe isn't good, but he won't say that. But he will say, why is this the case? Who made it this way? The left. The left made it this way. And he's right. He is correct. The left is the reason why we now have censorship en masse. And it's kind of just the default position of everyone in any kind of position of power, or that's like going after any position of power, is that censorship is the way to go. And it's unfortunate that that's the case, because there's no counterbalance of people going, no, we need this open expression. We need freedom of expression, and we should have some people, you know, around that say dumb stuff so that we can look at them and mock them and go, oh, these are all the people saying dumb stuff are progressives, or all of the people that are saying stuff are, you know, evangelical Christians. We should have that so that we can see them and go, oh, they're stupid, and laugh at them and mock them and go, we're not going to agree with them because they were able to say what they thought. Now it's no. Everyone's just looking for censorship. And the censorship they're looking for is the kind that, you know, benefits their side. Some things should be doing that. It's kind of unfortunate that we don't have a larger side. Like instead of it right versus left, there's now like a small minority of people like, you know, like libertarians and these types of people that are like, yeah, no, we should have that free, full expression. Now it's like, no. What do you want to censor? How much do you want to censor? It's just a sliding scale of censorship is the norm. It's good. We want to have it. We just want it to be in control of our side.
To the point where he basically doesn't believe that the world without censorship can exist, and might as well be his censorship, and might as well his neighbor's goat would die as well. And unfortunately, yeah, I think Asmongold is right. I think this is like the next 10 years. This is what we're going to get. For 10 or 15 years until things will change again. Not for the better, I think. I think it's just like going to be different censorship on different issues. But this is how we're getting the internet fucking censored. Right? It's like, it's right-wing talking point. Think of the children. The left doesn't think of the children. The left thinks of women and minorities. And now it's like, okay, well, let's think of the children. So fuck internet anonymity. Fuck the internet freedom. Everything gets to be censored. Fuck internet competition. And good luck creating a new platform without being able to have this robust internet verification nonsense. It's because censorship is here to stay, right? So as Asmongold notices, people notice, and this is why they criticize Destiny. Like, yeah, Destiny kind of has a point. Free speech is dead. No one believes in it. It's not a thing that people rally behind, and the left killed it, at least on the internet.
I mean, that's true. That's a very fair thing, and it is why the criticism of like Destiny or just people on the left in general is more valid than the criticism of censorship on the right. It's because, well, these are the people that made it. You're the reason it exists. These other people are just taking what you did and running with it on their turf. So your criticism is more valid if it's pointed towards the left than the right. It is a legitimate fair point to be had. It really is. Obviously, I would love it if there was less censorship in general, but it's just too attractive to the people in power to be able to censor for their side. It just is. So I don't know if it's going to be fought against in real political circles. I don't know if it's going to be. I really don't. I'm more optimistic that there's going to be some technological solution to this, where in which, okay, you know what, we just have like a blockchain internet. We just have like a completely crypto encrypted, totally anonymous internet that springs up, and we're going like, oh yeah, we're all doing not only VPN stuff, but we're all going through like Tor browsers, and totally 100% everything is encrypted, everything is super anonymized, everything is protected, and therefore, we have like an internet resurgence. I think that's probably the way you get out of this, is people are just so disgusted with the rampant censorship that's everywhere that they go, you know what, I guess we'll just make, internet 3.0. And, maybe that's through some, I don't know, like I'm thinking of like Shadowrun, we just have some like Matrix type thing where it's like, disconnected nodes and these types of things. That'd be really cool. And I do feel like that's kind of the way you get out of this. I don't think politics is going to do it, either through, government politics or internet politics. I don't think that's how you get out of this censorship. I think it's going to be like a technical renaissance, and that's what's going to get us out of it. And I'm looking forward to that. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Good luck in all your endeavors. Farewell for now. And that was perhaps the video. We shall see. All right, with that being said, I think now we want to get into the actual... Yeah, I want to get into a little bit more philosophy stuff. So we'll be looking at... Who are we looking at here? Alex O'Connor. I don't know if he's doing... Again, I mean, this is the one thing that I will say. Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic, is a philosopher. That's his main thing. But what I have kind of cottoned on to is the idea that it's really, really difficult to be a philosopher YouTuber. Unless you're going to do something like Daily Stoic does stuff where he's like, I'm going to take one quote from this book and I'm going to do a whole video around it and just kind of whatever, right? Eventually, though, you're going to run out of quotes in that book, because his thing is like the Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, which I don't like as a Stoic text, but that's neither here nor there. Eventually, you're going to run out of stuff. And philosophy, I feel like, Alex O'Connor specifically, has kind of to a degree run out of stuff to discuss philosophically. So now he's getting into stuff where it's going to be more based on like science. And it's like, okay, how can I apply philosophical thinking to this new scientific paper? And in some cases, awesome. That's super cool. The idea of like animal consciousness, which is what this video is about, that's something that very much appeals to him because of his sort of like vegetarian past and his view on like suffering and, how much animal cruelty should be allowed or not, whether it's a good thing, whether we can say it's ethical or moral, whether it's not. It makes a lot of sense for him, but the other side of that is a lot of these scientific questions and researches and these types of things are kind of going to be in things and places that are I don't want to say non-scientific. I do kind of, because like the idea of consciousness in philosophy is very different from the idea of consciousness in biology, because consciousness in biology is like, we have no idea. It's not there. We have no clue how it is. We don't know why it exists. We don't know if it exists. We can't show it. We can't see it. We can't prove it. We've got nothing there. The philosophy of consciousness is very, very insanely highly developed. And I think Alex O'Connor, has a great take on it. He has a very legitimate philosophical grounding in the idea of consciousness. And when he does push back on the scientific sort of wishy-washiness of how they tend to say lots of stuff about consciousness or free will or these other types of nebulous philosophical concepts that are immaterial and therefore not examinable by science, and because they're unobservable, it's really good. But it does mean that these conversations tend to like break down, and I also think they tend to be kind of weird because scientists, like real dyed-in-the-wool materialist scientists, and your very ephemeral, theoretical-minded, hypothetical philosopher, they speak different languages. And so a lot of times they're just talking past each other and they're not really having a legitimate dialogue because they can't understand each other. The mindset, the brains, the personalities, however you want to describe it, are too different, So like they're obviously both speaking English, but they might as well be speaking, one of them speaking, Hindi, the other one's speaking, German. Like there's no overlap whatsoever. But it just seems like there is because they're both speaking English. Anyway, I am interested in the idea of consciousness. I'll be honest though, I don't know how much of this stuff is going to actually be about consciousness. Because if this guy, Peter Godfrey Smith, is a legit scientist, he's going to go, yeah, no, we've got no clue about consciousness in science. We don't know how it exists. We can't nail it down. We have no idea where it is. I've got ideas, I've got theories, but they're not backed up by science. However, I've got a lot of evidence and ideas about, neurology and evolution and that stuff, which are things that I'm interested in and know a decent bit about. I'm not an expert, but I know a decent bit about them.
Did the brain independently evolve?
It depends what counts as a brain. Nervous systems themselves probably evolved just once, although it's not completely clear. It may have been twice. There's a huge...
So is your brain your central nervous system? So central nervous system is what he's talking about. Or just nervous system? Is your nervous system your brain? I mean, your brain is your, command and control department. The rest of your, CNS is the communication system. So saying like, you're moving your arm and these types of things. Your brain is what's telling your central nervous system to, fire your muscles and actuators and these types of things. So, yeah. So, I mean, eventually he'll get into what we call a brain, but I feel like the nervous system is not a brain.
Collection of animals that includes us and insects and octopuses and earthworms and almost everyone who have a nervous system that comes from a single invention of that thing, probably sometime around 600 million years ago or so. Now, it may be that there was a second invention of a nervous system whose descendants we only see today in comb jellies, those little light bulb-like jellyfish that have beautiful, colorful filaments that glow really along their sides. They look like jellyfish, but they're not ordinary jellyfish. They're quite far from other jellyfish and other animals, it seems. And it's not impossible that they invented the whole thing, the nervous system, separately for themselves, and that there were two origins. Now, that's still a minority view, as I understand it. And let's just proceed by talking in terms of the invention of the nervous system. Probably about 600 million years ago, probably in a jellyfish-looking creature, radially organized rather than left-right symmetrical like us, certainly marine, and that wasn't a brain.
Okay.
Brains themselves come on the scene later. I mean, as I say, it depends what counts as a brain. Let's talk about a brain as a, significant concentration of neurons in a sort of head-like or front region of the animal that has a kind of centralizing.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the placement of it, who cares? If like your brain was where your heart is, that's not a brain anymore. No, it's like it's the function. The function is what matters. It's not where it's placed.
Control. I'm not sure even quite, what the...
And I'm not even necessarily sure if he's talking about, like, yeah, I mean, the concentration. Like, okay, if your concentration of neurons is in one place, like, okay, well, what if you had like a distributed brain? What if all of your neurons were, equally distributed throughout your entire body? And, okay, could you have a brain then that's like, yeah, I think you could evolve like that, right? Yeah, that's reasonable. Maybe, I mean, it would be slower processing because, the nerves have to travel a greater distance to communicate with each other. But it does also mean that, you've got a lot more reliability built in because you've got a lot of backups.
The right number is for that. It'd be several times, maybe 3, maybe half a dozen, something like that. Again, depending on the boundaries.
Yeah.
A moment in this evolutionary story that's particularly important is the moment at which left-right symmetry evolved in some marine worm-like animals, and they probably had some concentration of nerve cells in their front and may have had eye spots. And some people provocatively have referred to what was present in those early left-right symmetrical animals as an executive brain. That's quite a dramatic way of describing it. And I think most people wouldn't think of that thing as a brain, just a little cluster. And that was a pivotal moment because the evolutionary branching that occurred sometime around then from a small left-right symmetrical flatworm-like creature with a nervous system. An evolutionary branching that took place then initiated the long road that led to us and initiated the long road that led to the neurally complex invertebrates and lots of other invertebrates, including the octopus, including honeybees. There was a line, the deuterostome line, that ends up in us and starfish and a couple of others. And there's a line, the protostome line, that ends up in the familiar invertebrate animals like octopuses and bees and so on. They're all like a cluster. And probably, I mean, I've seen numbers as high as 12 for the evolution of a centralized brain in this, later series of events. I've seen numbers as small as 3 or 4. Certainly not once, unless you think of that very, very early case as counting as a brain, which I think is a little bit, in some ways, a little bit artificial. So what I'm trying to emphasize is the idea that nervous systems are a common inheritance across lots of animals. You get lots of ways of concentrating them into a brain-like controlling cluster in us, in honeybees, in octopuses, in some others, in spiders. And I don't think brain itself is a kind of natural, well-demarcated kind, because there are many different ways of centralizing some control machinery.
So what is a nervous system? Like, how would we define what that is?
That turns out to be an interesting question, because people have a sort of picture in their mind where there are some cells that make other cells respond electrically.
Right.
Neurons fire, and their firings either excite or inhibit the firings of others. There's a paper that I was a co-author on.
I think that's probably what I was saying. Yeah.
some years ago with
I guess I was
Gaspar
wrong.
Yekeli and Fred Kaiser, where we had to actually ask ourselves, what does count as a nervous system? Because excitability of cells is seen in lots of cases that aren't usually seen as nervous system type cells. And influencing other cells and influencing their electrical properties is also pretty widespread. So we ended up saying, this is a little bit stipulative, but let's think of a nervous system as a collection of cells where there's this excitation of one cell by another, and where there's a particular morphology or form where you have projections, specialized projections, where this cell is going to signal to that cell, so it sends a physical branch towards it, rather than just a cell being a kind of blob that emits chemicals, and those chemicals will affect anyone who hears them. So we think of a nervous system as a collection of cells that have this mutual excitation feature.
Okay.
And a particular form, the form of these branching, targeted.
I guess that's true. I mean, you have to be so obtuse when you're doing these things, as opposed to just being able to say it's like it's a communication system. You'd go, okay. I mean, technically that's probably the best descriptor of a central nervous system or just a nervous system. But you're like, okay, well, what about what he was saying? Okay, we've got a cell that, emits a chemical and it, does this other stuff. Is that communication? Because it's telling it to do other stuff, but it's not really telling anything specific to do it. It's just it's doing this, and then other stuff mechanically follows from that. That's an interesting one. And again, at that point, you are just kind of making arbitrary delineation at some point. There's no way to really actually nail it down. It's just we're going to define things the way we're going to define them. If there's weird other edge cases that come about later, we'll see if we need to revise that arbitrary definition or if we can slot it into somewhere else.
Projections.
Okay, and then a brain is something like a highly concentrated version of that in one place that controls centrally an organism's movements.
Yes.
Something a bit like that.
Yeah.
And given that this has evolved numerous times, like the brain, that collection of neurons in different ways, what is the kind of what can we ascertain about the evolutionary pressures in that they will have evolved slightly differently in different animals, but they all did essentially the same thing, which is to evolve something akin to a brain. So there's obviously an almost evolutionary inevitability to neurons forming into a brain, but it's not inevitable the way in which it happens. I mean, we end up with our two hemispheres, we end up with our very particular brain structure. Octopuses end up with half their brains in their tentacles and behind their eyes and stuff. And so what is the sort of difference in the way that the brain evolved in some of these other animals, particularly cephalopods, which I think most people are probably primarily interested in?
I think it's probably good to approach that question through a series of historical stages or almost vignettes. So if we ask, which were the very first animals to go from merely having a nervous system toward having active motion, targeted behaviors, and the sorts of things that we might think call on the centralization that we're talking about here. If we ask who was the first to do that, it was probably some early arthropods, the group that now includes insects and crustaceans, in the early part of the Cambrian period. So if we think about the history of animal life, there's a period called the Ediacaran before the Cambrian, where nervous systems probably came to exist for the first time, but it was a low oxygen, low activity regime. There's almost no evidence in this pre-Cambrian period from fossils of one animal.
Yeah, he called it the Ediacaran. I was like, what comes before the Cambrian? Isn't that the Precambrian area? I guess there's more delineations in the Precambrian, which makes sense. But not what I would have, not what I was taught.
Predating on others or chasing others or having directed motion toward others. There was a kind of ships that pass in the night vibe within to animal life.
Yeah, what do they call it? The Garden of
the Garden of Ediacara.
Yeah.
Right. Lovely phrase due to Mark McMenamin some years ago. The idea of a time before aggression, a time before animal sin in a sense. That was the time when nervous systems almost certainly.
And just notice how like that the Garden of Ediacaran, it does, like hearkening to the Garden of Eden and these types of things. And obviously, I mean, this guy is clearly, like a materialistic scientist. He doesn't say specifically if he, is a believer or not, but it's just like how easily religious language sneaks into science. And it sneaks into science not because, oh my God, someone is just wetting their lips at the idea of putting God in science. It's just because it fits easier, It's just an easier way to make people understand these things, is this sort of like religious or mythic, if you'd like, language. It works better.
Came to exist before the Cambrian. Then around 540 million years ago, that's the beginning of the Cambrian. More oxygen around, probably, and just a coevolutionary process beginning where some animals begin to make a living by going after others. And these were very likely early arthropods, trilobite type creatures and things like that. Now, once you're doing that, you've got left-right symmetry, you're targeting your behavior, you've got eyes and other senses. So it makes a lot of sense to put some control machinery in that front region, near the eyes, in a position where centralized control can be achieved. And they became probably the first predators. Other animals, including our very early ancestors, became more neurally complex to get away from those guys. That's quite a plausible story. So if you look at the fossil record of very, very early chordates animals in our group, they look like little tiny slivers. They don't have the kind of weaponry that early arthropods have with claws and spines and things like that. They look like they're built to get away. But that itself requires that you have, quite a lot of control machinery. You've got to control the whole body. So we could think about this in terms of the early evolution of two kinds of motion, both of which have a kind of information processing demand that they put on the animal, chasing and getting away. So arthropods sort of calling the shots for a while. Then, interestingly, you have a period where some early cephalopods became large predators in the seas, after the Cambrian, some years after that. And you might think to yourself, oh, right, this looks like this is the beginning of the sort of reign of the octopuses and the squid. Not sort of really, because they were vanquished in turn by fish, once vertebrates became somewhat bigger and fish evolved, the jaw in particular, jawed fish, they became ecologically dominant, it looks like. So you could think of this as there was an era of zeppelins, the early cephalopod predators, and they were vanquished in an era of aeroplanes, the vertebrates.
Yeah.
So, and most of the cephalopods of that time sort of vanished most of the large ones vanished without much trace, except for a few that made it through. And then you have the evolution of modern cephalopods like octopuses much later. So putting all that together, if we ask, why do some animals get a centralized control structure that's located in, well located in relation to good senses and so on? Ecological relationships like predation look like a very natural form of explanation, and that has its flip side. There are the early predators, and there are the early
prey.
The ones who don't want to be prey. Then cephalopods evolve. Some cephalopods evolve a somewhat similar lifestyle. When octopuses, modern cephalopods, evolved really complicated brain structures. It's not clear why that would have been. I mean, why they got quite such big brains, it's still very unclear. There are certainly some stories you can tell. The modern octopuses that have really large nervous systems tend to inhabit these complex reef-type environments. They're opportunistic foragers. They're always chasing different kinds of potential food and being chased by a great variety of predators. They've got soft bodies, so they're very vulnerable. They have to be sort of very, very on the ball. What I'm trying to get across is the idea that in different circumstances, different historical periods, different ecological settings, there are certain kinds of demands on targeted behavior and on controlling behavior with sensing, becoming able to learn and remember. And those are the sorts of things that we think took some animals from merely having a nervous system, which you need for all sorts of things, to having a more brain-like nervous system.
And what did, this is something I know a lot of people are interested in, and you've talked about ad nauseum, but what does, say, an octopus brain end up looking like? People are quite familiar with the human brain. How different are we talking here?
Very, very, very different. They're so different. I mean, even just describing the general form of them, it sounds so unlikely. I mean, quite a bit of it is shaped a bit like a donut, with the esophagus going through the middle, the whole of the donut.
As in the esophagus goes through the brain.
Yeah. So if an octopus gets something sharp stuck in its throat, that's extremely dangerous because the brain is right there. So you've got that structure, which is a sort of old structure. In an octopus, there's a big cluster of neurons behind each eye, the optic lobes, really big and conspicuous.
Right.
And there's a thing that's between the eyes, not paired in the way that the human hemispheres are, an unpaired structure called the vertical lobe, which is thought to be the seat of quite a lot of the more advanced cognitive stuff that they do. So, yeah, the things that look a bit like hemispheres but aren't are the things behind the eyes. There's an unpaired thing that looks like one of the sort of smart controller parts, and a whole bunch of stuff that looks like a donut surrounding an esophagus.
And then...
So is he going to mention this stuff? Because he said before, and I'm not as up on the octopus stuff, that there's like brain structure in their tentacles? Or maybe they just have a higher concentration of like nervous system stuff in their tentacles.
A great deal of the brain matter is also in the tentacles.
There we go, okay.
A great deal of the nervous system, is in the arms themselves. Especially in the upper parts of the arms. So I'm just trying to, you're the octopus, you've got your central brain, and there's these networks that come into the upper parts of the arms and that have more than half of the total number of neurons in the animal.
And this is the thing, is a neuron a brain? Where is the delineation between, hey, we've got a ton of neurons together, they're all popped together like in an octopus where they're in your, tentacles and stuff, but they're not, this is not your brain, because he makes the delineation. He goes, no, it's like not brain, it's neural tissue, neurons, central nervous system stuff, but it's not a brain. It has no brain-like capabilities. Is that just because of the placement? Because he did make a large diatribe about it being in a specific place, like it being in your front, in your eyes, in your head, something like that. Is this just an arbitrary, definition that he's going by? Or is it because, no, like you can have a huge concentration of neurons of something and the function just is not what we would ascribe to a brain, and therefore it's not a brain anymore. Even if it's like, the exact same amount of neural tissue that, a human brain would have in a specific concentration.
Now, it's not usually described by saying that's where the brain, the brain's there, but that's just where much of the nervous system is. There is a central brain and there's the peripheral structures as well. And the question of the relationship between the two for a long while has been intriguing and is very much unresolved. I could just tell this with a phrase from the literature that was part of what sent me down this whole road. There's an old textbook called Cephalopod Behavior by Roger Hanlon and John Messenger, which was the textbook for many years. And there's now a new edition, but I'm talking about the first edition, about over 25 years old now. And they're talking in one of the later chapters about the relationship between the central brain and the peripheral nervous system structures. And they say it looks like some of the peripheral nervous networks, it looks like they're curiously divorced from the central brain, curiously divorced. And I thought, okay, that's very intriguing.
Yeah.
What is meant by saying there's a curious divorce between the central brain and the rest of the nervous system? How do we know that? What does it mean? Now, at the time, the main reason that people said things like that was the physical connections were pretty slender and slim. There wasn't, massive, obvious
between the central brain
and the peripheral networks. Yep. Which was intriguing.
Yeah.
And there's also, for a long while, been anecdotes of individual severed arms of an octopus being able to act in sort of somewhat competent ways, crawling around for a little while.
Really?
Yeah. Fairly gruesome anecdotes. And that raised the question of whether the octopus bothers to control the details of what the arms are doing much of the time, whether the arms have a kind of partial autonomy. Now, this is sometimes described by saying an octopus has 9 brains, and I think that's going too far. Yeah. There's a central brain, and there's a lot of control machinery in a way that's it's not clearly... Sometimes people say it's a second system, like there's like one here and one here. It's not quite right. Sometimes people say there's one here and there's 8. That's not quite right. It's sort of somewhere between those. There's a partial integration between the systems in the arms themselves and a partial integration between that peripheral whole and the central brain.
We'll get back to the show in just a moment, but first, do you struggle to focus? I know I do sometimes. Mind of their own and...
No, I have no trouble focusing on anything ever. What were we doing?
Start sort of affecting his behavior. And I imagine, like, for an octopus, this might mean it sort of opens the door to the idea that you're sort of hanging around and you're an octopus, and then before you even really realized it, your arm has just gone over and, like, felt something, and then you become aware of it. Whereas we would go...
I think that's quite likely.
I see that thing over there, let me grab it and see what it's like. Yeah. Like, it would be as if I just suddenly realized that my hand was... fiddling with something over here and going like, oh, right, what's going on there?
I think there's quite we don't know. We don't know. We're speculating here, but
I mean, we do that.
The speculative possibilities, I think that's quite likely. And also, I didn't know this tale about the switch between central control and a loss of central control in the Spider-Man story. Again, being speculative, I think there's might be something loosely analogous to that in octopus life. So if you're hanging out with an octopus behaving normally...
The Spider-Man story? Is this is this like comic book Spider-Man?
Normally.
Is he going to go into that?
Maybe it's foraging, maybe it's just sort of messing around. It often looks like the arms are doing just... something like what you said, which is that the arms will wander off and sort of feel around, and they might find something interesting. Yeah. And the central, the octopus as a whole has to is not controlling this in detail. It has to become aware of what this arm has gotten up to. Now there are 8 of these arms, so it would be very hard to sort of control them all at once. Yeah. And when you watch an octopus, you often have the sense that
controlling your fingers, I've got 10 fingers. Blah, blah, blah.
Low stress, no big deal. The arms are allowed to kind of do a bit of whatever they feel like doing. But then the animal can pull itself together sometimes. If something problematic appears, it suddenly looks like the animal is quite a lot more integrated. You know, an octopus can move by jet propulsion. It can turn itself into a missile.
Yeah.
All the arms are stretched out, you know, in a quite a sort of exact way. It looks like a missile, and it has to be like that for the jet to be effective.
Yeah.
There are other behaviors it does that require the whole animal to really act in a unified way. So a picture where there's a transition between semi-autonomy and much more centralization.
Yeah.
Where the chip's been put back in.
It's like devolved powers. It's like how like in the UK where you've got the Westminster government and it says, okay, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, they can all have their own governments. But if it wanted to, Westminster could suddenly say, actually, you know, we're in control. But as long as it's sort of okay for them to do so, it sort of lets them get on with their own business and be their own authority.
Yep.
And octopuses work potentially a little bit like that.
Yeah, an analogy I do use in one of the books is, you know, you've got a conductor and an ensemble of some sort.
Yeah.
But the people in the ensemble are jazz musicians. They're not ordinary classical musicians. So they'll wander off, you know, given half the chance. And a lot of the time you might think, well, that sounds fine. And every now and then you're like, no, you know, we're going to do it.
Pull it together. Yeah.
Right. So a political analogy, a musical analogy.
So this is just about, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know if I want to do the whole octopus stuff. So it looks like this will be the last thing we do today. If I watch this whole video, for sure, like this will be it. This will take us to the end of our time together, which I'm okay with because this stuff is cool and I do like. But I will also say not exactly what I was expecting. I was expecting there to be a lot more. It looks like it does come in here eventually. Are the mind and body distinct? That's like another chapter here. Panpsychism is everything conscious. That's fun. How do experiences combine into one consciousness? Which animals feel pain? What is it like? So this is all grounding. I just didn't think it would be all octopus stuff. I didn't think it would be all octopus. It is, which, you know what? I'm okay with it.
A sort of mixture of
I'll get the grounding
autonomy
so that we can have the
and
cooler conversation
non-autonomy or
later.
centralization. It's I want to emphasize again, we don't really know. There's one interesting experiment that bears helpfully on this. Tamar Gutnick and her colleagues working at Hebrew University in Jerusalem, they did a good experiment designed to ask, can an octopus visually control a single arm? Can it send the arm down a somewhat unobvious road with its eyes to get food? Now, what made it especially useful here is for the octopus to do what it needed to do, the arm had to leave the water and come back in. So it couldn't just follow a kind of chemical trail or scent in, you know, the arms have a chemical sensing capacity. So she wanted the arm to have to come out and back in. And the octopuses could learn to direct an arm to a target in that way. But as the paper says in one of those lovely, intriguing moments, when the animal's sort of doing some of this, it often looks like when it's not doing the sort of crucial targeted bit, the arm often looks like it's just sort of messing around, you know, in its own perhaps more autonomously controlled way.
The thing that's really impossible to imagine is what it's like to be an octopus, because our brains are centralized. And I'm also really interested in the extent to which it feels like I am up here in my brain, right? Because to me, there are two competing hypotheses as to why it feels like, if you ask me where am I located in my body, I'd say I'm in my skull. That could be because that's where my brain is, and the brain is the center of my consciousness. Or maybe it's just because my eyes are up here and my ears are up here, and so it kind of feels like I'm here for that reason. Like
I think that's...
You think that's more likely?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I will also say it's probably because, I mean, if you're like, that's a cool way to think about it. You could also think about it in the sense of, again, if you want to go pure evolutionary thing, okay, well, doesn't it make more sense to exist here? Because this is your off switch for sure. Like, you can get hit in your chest with a rock or a stone or get mauled somewhere in here, and that's bad, but it's not like 100% game ending 100% of the time. You know, your head gets mushed or, you know, hit with an arrow or a rock or something like that. Lights out, baby. That's it. You're done. So it makes more sense for this to be the center of your existence, because then you're protecting this more so than other stuff. Like if you thought you're in your hand, if this is where you thought you are located, you know, you're going to protect this, your hand, to the exclusion of your head. And that means, okay, you know, I'm not going to block this punch coming into my hand because I could get hurt because I'm in my hand. I'm going to let it come directly into my head. And obviously, if it hits your head, you know, bam, lights out. As opposed to if I catch it with my hand, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Maybe my hand gets mangled and messed up, but that's fine. I got another one. It's no big deal. There is a legitimate like evolutionary possibility, and it has nothing to do with, you know, your eyes and your ears. Your eyes and ears could be distributed elsewhere, and you would still think I'm in my skull. That's a possibility.
I wondered if you took like a... Anil Seth gave me this idea. You know, you take like a VR headset and you wear it all day long, and you put some cameras like on your belt buckle.
Yeah.
And you just live life for a week seeing everything from your belt buckle. Would you start to feel like that's where you were located, you know?
Someone must have had a go at this.
It's a good experiment.
He didn't say it had been done. He just said
No, we were just talking about it.
That is a good
It would be
experiment.
cool if someone had. I'm sure that's a great idea for a YouTube video, actually. We should try that out.
It'd be a great idea for quite a substantial research.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
let's
he's
kill
thinking
two birds with
better.
one stone, as it were.
There's something a bit like it with a technology for the blind, where there's a camera that's used to create tactile sensations on your torso, like a screen-like thing. And I don't know whether people like that have a different sense of where they are.
Yeah, I wondered the extent to which, like, deaf and people who are deaf and blind, and maybe people who can't smell, you'd have to have. I don't know how easy it would be to communicate and to learn, like, this kind of communication, but to get a picture of, like, where they feel like they exist, because I think I share your intuition that there would be not much of a reason to place it in the brain if it weren't for the senses. But then if the octopus has this sort of spread out neural experience that's partly in the arms, I'm trying to imagine whether it would be more like having a centralized experience that can just feel in the arms, or some kind of weird sense in which that experience is split between being localized in the arms and in the head, or if there are sort of like two experiences,
right? And like a schizophrenic, like I've got 8 arms that are people, and then I've got another person that's in my head. That tends to be my intuition. Is, you know, I mean, especially if they're talking about, like, you know, it being this divorced, they are kind of autonomous. It could also be, and I mean, the guy says it, like, you know, it's not your brain. It's just its own bullcrap. Like, it's just its own thing. It's just got way more, like, sort of mechanistic wiring that is allowing it to do, you know, totally random stuff, but in, you know, like a circuit-based order of operations. Like, oh, okay, you know, there's chemical senses here. It's going to go to do this. If it knows that, you know, it finds a certain thing, it wraps it up. It does this kind of stuff. And there's enough neural tissue there to make that circuitry relatively complex. And therefore, you're not even actually, like, remotely aware of these things at all.
Just sort of happen independently, but somehow sometimes come together. Because it's a mystery how that happens in octopuses, right? And when you see like an arm with a bunch of neural activity and a head, and you think, well, how are they connected but not connected? I think less obviously, that problem also just arises in the human brain. You know, the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere doing their own thing, but coming together. And so I think thinking hard about how an octopus might experience the world might tell us something interesting about human consciousness. You know what I mean? But I don't know what you think it would be like to be an octopus, given what we've just spoken about.
I think
Nobody thinks about the right and left hemisphere as being at all separate, though. It really doesn't.
the things you're emphasizing are the things that feel like a real barrier.
Yeah.
And sometimes when people say it'd be very weird, we can't imagine what it'd be like to be an octopus, to some extent I want to push back a bit and say, well, no, I mean, what you should imagine being a very visual animal with very good eyes, probably mostly monochrome, but maybe not entirely monochrome. Everything you touch, you taste. I can sort of imagine that. It's not a crazy supposition.
They taste with their arms, do they?
Yeah.
Interesting.
All those suckers on the arms have a chemical sensing capacity.
Cool.
So if an octopus touches you on your skin, I mean, they much prefer skin to gloves and wetsuits and things like that. They find the taste interesting, I think, sometimes. They don't like soap and deodorant and stuff like that.
Interesting.
All this, I think, is imaginable, and it's also imaginable that my body has no fixed shape, and and it's, I think, for me at least, it's also further imaginable that I'm not completely sure what shape I have at any moment because there's some autonomy there. But then there's the thing that you were just emphasizing, which is the kind of the seat of experience, the locus of experience. Should we imagine that through all this, despite all the different ways in which it's set up differently, the basic seat of experience fact remains similar across us and them? Or should we think that's just a mistake?
Yeah, right.
And that we need a different model with an unseated, a no locus, almost a no self version of experience.
Like a schizophrenic.
That's a second option. And a third option is the one that you also mentioned, which is a kind of double locatedness. I probably think of it as the least likely.
I would agree.
Why do I say that? I don't really.
Yeah, well, that might depend on what your view of mind is, right? I mean, this idea of trying to imagine what it's like to have a delocalized experience is very strange. But I found myself like just yesterday, I was on a train and I was thinking about this in relation to preparing to speak with you, and I found myself like pinching or like biting my finger and just really trying to pay attention to what the experience was like. Now I know that the pain is kind of like in the brain. And yet, when I pinch my finger, I feel it in the finger. Yeah. Right? I feel like that is the location of the experience. And I'm wondering what that would be like if, I was experiencing something in my finger in the same way, but it was like I was experiencing sight or hearing or indeed taste. And that doesn't actually seem that difficult to imagine. And yet, even though I experience this pain in my finger, and I don't feel it in my brain, but I'm cognizing it with my brain and I put it together with the rest of my body, it's all sort of delocalized. It's still, it feels like I'm like one individual person, one individual unit. And so there is this weird mystery even in a human being. Like, how do I feel the pain in my finger, but it's still part of me, but I thought I was up here in my skull. And maybe it's just sort of something a little bit like that going on.
It's sort of like that, but I mean, it's also like you are your body, and there's a lot of philosophy on this, like even religious, the theology on this, which is like I think it was Aquinas, where it's like, like you are your body is you, your mind is you, but your mind and body are connected. Like there is a legitimate connection there and these types of things. And the seat of experience, your consciousness, where does my consciousness exist? Well, it exists in my skull, exists in my head. That's where I'm thinking. And maybe that is just sort of like because that's where you're, like when I'm talking right now, the thought of the words is in my head because as I'm saying them, I'm thinking them and I'm hearing them through, my auditory nerves and these types of things. So it makes more sense for my thoughts when I'm thinking silently to be in my head because that's where all of the words originate from, which makes sense. I can understand that, which is why I was thinking actually when he mentioned people that are like blind and deaf, I'm like, oh, I wonder if they exist in their hands, because I mean, I think isn't that like the whole Anne Frank thing? Not Anne Frank. I forget her name. Not Anne Frank. The girl who's blind and deaf, and communicated all through her hands and stuff. Helen Keller got there eventually. Yeah. So like I wonder if they exist in their hands because that's like the seat of their thought and experience, you know? Like that's like when I'm thinking of a thing and it's on my hand. And this is what's translating to the thought. So it's like, you know, that's where the thought and the experience of the thought commingle. That would be interesting. I'd be interested to see if that was the case.
Higher degree and with different kinds of senses.
But again, if I'm going to be totally honest, I do think it is you exist in your head because your head is where your brain is. You've evolved to place preference on your head, your skull, your brain, because it's the most important part of your body. Without that, you're toast.
You know?
Yes, although the things you're emphasizing there, they don't draw on the fact of decentralization. It's more just the mystery of the way that experiences are referred to places in the body.
Yeah.
And in the octopus case, I mean, this example of a pain in your finger is quite pertinent. I gave a talk at Cambridge last week about experience, especially pain-like experiences in a bunch of animals, octopuses, and some others. There's a very nice experiment by Robin Crook from San Francisco, which is it's the best pain experiment on octopuses. It's the best study. What she did was she gave octopuses a small injection of acetic acid, vinegar, basically, in one arm. And the question was, well, one way of asking the question is, was there going to be the same kind of network of adaptively sensible looking effects coming from that you would see in a person? And the answer was very much yes. The octopuses who'd had an acetic acid injection would protect and groom that area. Now, that actually had been known before with an earlier a pinch study where the octopuses were protecting and grooming an area. So they must be referring the experience to the point of injury in the same way that a person does, the same way that you were describing. The octopuses also learnt to avoid the place where they'd had this happen to them, and a normally disfavored environment became more favored after the experience. There was a version, a part of the experiment where a local anesthetic was put on after the injection, and then the octopuses didn't groom. They didn't mind, and they didn't mind the area where it happened.
Yeah.
It's kind of an amazing study. So you've got an animal that the common ancestor of us and them is this little tiny flatworm, maybe a centimeter long, 600 million years ago. And the network of effects that the octopus shows when it's had a minor injury is so similar to what happens in us. Protection, avoiding the place, the same anesthetic chemicals, some of them anyway, work on them as work on us. And this makes evolutionary or ecological sense. You've got an animal, the octopus is, as Crook says in the paper,
I mean, I do want to hear what he says about it, why it makes ecological sense, if there is some mechanistic, physical, materialistic reason for why that has to be the case. Because if it doesn't have to be the case, if it could have been another way, if there is such a huge giant divergence between, these two evolutionary paths that, start out of this one flatworm, then it kind of, this is going beyond, the scale of what you would normally say, but it does sort of suggest that the blueprint for that stuff is somehow included in other stuff. This is like running into the idea of, which is always kind of comes up when I'm thinking about evolutionary stuff now, which is maybe there are scientific explanations for this, but the intelligent design argument for evolution, which is essentially saying there's no way that random arrangement of genes has resulted in proteins. Like, even with the amount of time that we've got and the amount of, like, you know, rolls of the dice that we've gotten, there's no way you could have randomly assembled proteins in such a way that you make, you know, neurons. You make all of these different kinds of cells, you make all of these different kinds of things. There's no shot. There's no way there's been enough time to do it. It's just not possible. And that is the intelligent design argument, or at least, you know, like the basis of why you would think, okay, the only way that this happens is if someone has placed in some genetic blueprint design for how these things are going to potentially happen. And if that's the case, then it would make sense that these two wildly divergent evolutionary paths end up with similar structures exhibiting similar behaviors. It's because they're referring to this more fundamental blueprint that is installed via, you know, aliens, or, you know, most people would say God at this point, but, you know, could be aliens too.
The injection probably mimics a poisonous sting or something. Octopuses are very sensitive to the stings of anemones and jellyfish and things like that.
Makes sense.
Probably a sting-like stimulus.
Okay.
And the octopus appears well aware of, you know, where this problem is located.
Yeah.
It seems relevant to the octopus to groom the site. It actually removes a little area of skin around the sting, which she suggests is designed to get rid of maybe venom that's been
poison.
Get rid of the stuff, essentially.
Venom
It's a
specifically.
very human-like network of effects. So the things that you were thinking about in relation to the referring of pain to the injured spot, even though it's up here, in your case, the octopuses are doing something surprisingly similar.
There's a lot to say about the similarity of pain experience in other animals as human beings, and we'll get into that, I think. And I think a lot of that rests upon our views of how animal brains and consciousness work, which is why we sort of need to talk about that first. As far as I understand it, you're a physicalist about consciousness, right? You think that conscious experience is just the same thing as, like, neural activity, right?
Yes, and that's the way to say it. It's not a product of it. It is the same thing.
Yeah, because it gets a bit complicated, right? Because there are people who think that the mind, let's say the immaterial mind, the experience of redness or the image of a triangle in your head is a completely separate thing to your brain, like mind-body dualism. There are people who think that it's connected to the brain, but it emerges from brain activity, that the brain, like, causes consciousness. And then there are people who think the brain just sort of is consciousness.
Yeah, sensations are brain processes.
I'm sort of stuck in the middle here. I find it really difficult to comprehend the weirdness of something.
This is what I was hoping he would get into. He is getting into it. I don't know if he's gonna. Again, I mean, this is gonna be one of those things where materialist people just are not going to really go down the road that Alex is willing to go down, which is there really is a legitimate difference here. Like, I mean, it sounds like they're almost like not understanding that consciousness, you know, for him, like, you know, the idea of a triangle in your head is real. Like, there's a real thing there. It's not something that you can pull out of brain activity, like just electricity in your head. You can't do it. Like, it exists in your consciousness as a thing, and that suggests that consciousness is not just a brain process. It's not, you know, just a total materialist thing. It can't be.
Something like dualism. I find that really difficult to believe. But I also find it impossible to believe that, I talk about this all the time, that the experience of redness, or the three-sided triangle that I imagine in my head, is just the same thing as some neurons firing. You know, it's a bit like how a lot of people imagine a a computer screen displaying a triangle when really it's just zeros and ones. It's to say the triangle really is just zeros and ones. But you like need the monitor to project the triangle. It would be as if somehow, like when someone says conscious experience is just the brain, it sounds to me a bit like saying there's just a computer without a screen, just the computer itself, that has all of the coding for what would produce a triangle, but somehow they're like just is a triangle inside of that computer somewhere. Even if I cut it open, I don't find it anywhere. That somehow these zeros and ones could, if put together in the right way, just turn into a triangle or turn into redness. That seems really strange to me, in the same way that putting a bunch of atoms together into neurons and putting the neurons in a particular, order and organization just produces redness and triangles. I find that very difficult to comprehend.
I think the triangle's a good one to press on too.
Yeah.
In these discussions, people often go on and on about redness. And just the kind of, irreducible, undefinable quality of redness. But if we're going to pick problem cases, I think your case with the triangle is, spatially organized forms of experience are probably better, because there's such a temptation to say, I know there's nothing in the computer that's red. It wouldn't help if that. Well, maybe there is, but that wouldn't be relevant if it was. But the spatial organization, you would think, is something that must exist somewhere. And on a physicalist view, right, there's lots of spatially organized processes going on there, but literal spatial triangularity, that's not how it's done. It's going to be a different kind of story involving mathematical projections and things like that.
Well, you could imagine two different lines in your head, one slightly longer than the other, and like the lines I'm imagining in my head, one of them is longer than the other one. But I'm not even sure if like thinking of that second line requires like more neural activity. I don't really know how that all works, but I doubt that it's like, the chain of neurons is longer than the other. Like there is no increase in length inside the physical aspects of my brain, and yet the lines are of different lengths,
It's, I'm hesitating a bit because
maybe he doesn't, but it's like, this is a good point. Like these are legitimate, real good points that, again, if you spend your entire life in a materialist worldview doing materialist stuff, it's very difficult to break out of that and actually give this the kind of respect that this argument deserves, because it really is something that's legitimate. And you kind of can't give it that, because it does sort of fly in the face of all of your training and all of your other stuff that is just so materialistically minded. But it is a good point. It really is.
Right. How strongly should the negative case be made? One of the bodies of research that I think has been most startling in this area has been around spatial maps in the cells of rats. Some Nobel Prizes given out recently for discoveries concerning the way that rats navigate using, what way back before this had been really worked out very well, were hypothesized to be cognitive maps. And when Tolman in the 1940s began talking about cognitive maps, people thought, well, rats navigate. They learn to get through mazes, learn to find the food, but there probably isn't really a literal map in there. And then in the 1970s, a second round of work showed, well, no, there are cells in the rat hippocampus, which were called place cells, which, I don't know, they do seem organized in a map-like way.
Sure.
And the picture's become a bit more complicated now with a sort of third round of work. But
so these place cells are actually like legitimately just laying out into a map maze. Okay.
Right. The reason I'm raising this is if a person said, look, it'd be crazy to think that there was something in a brain that had anything like the literal spatial organization of the landscape that the rat was dealing with, that would be, and someone said that would be fallacious to suppose such a thing was needed. The empirical response from recent neuroscience is, well, it's not that far away. It's not that it's not that the map looks physically like a ordinary human cartographic map with
Right.
lengths, mapping to lengths and so on. But it's not so far away.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Nonetheless,
But it's not the same
I
thing.
agree with you that.
But I understand what he's saying.
The sense we have in experience of spatial organization as a feature of experience, that in a way is, it's very striking, it's very challenging. In some versions, at least, it might be harder to fight that battle than the sort of redness of the rose and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I find it like almost an impossible question to answer. To me,
Yeah.
I always talk about how there are sort of two problems in either direction. There's the problem.
That's true. And I mean, his impossibility thing is more honest than this other guy going like, no. It's in the brain. Yeah, it is a harder problem than this guy is making it out to be. It really is.
Of where is the triangle, where is the redness for the materialists, but for the immaterialists there's the interaction problem,
and they also have the same problem as well, which is, I mean, suppose you believe in immaterial souls of a Cartesian kind or something. Are they where are the triangles there?
That's
it's not
also
as if
a good question.
It's not as if they make this dramatic move, this radical move on the metaphysical side, and thereby solve the problem of the mental triangles. They're then going to have to grapple with the damn thing.
What do you think?
Really?
What do you think of panpsychism? The idea
I don't know about that.
Fundamental reality is just made of consciousness, like atoms. When you fundamentally most break them down, their substance just is consciousness.
I don't take it seriously as an option, partly because I take it to be a view that is motivated almost entirely by the difficulties of the other positions. People think to themselves, I just can't see how a physicalist view could be right.
No, okay. So Alex needs to go into this a little bit more and give him a better example of this. I don't know how much he knows about sort of panpsychism. I didn't know anything about it until I was watching his last thing with Sabine Hassenfelder, in which he went down into it and he made a very good, broadly understandable thing, which is essentially, okay, we're all made of atoms. Okay, everything's made of atoms. Okay, so what are atoms made of? Protons, neutrons, electrons. Okay, well, what are the protons made of? You go down and down and down and down, further and further and further until you get to, the base particles or whatever. So like, hey, what is an electron? An electron is, a negatively charged particle. Okay, well, what does that mean? It means that it repels, other negatively charged particles. Okay, well, what does that mean? You can't really go any further than that. I don't know. I mean, that's what it is. Okay, so if we can't go any further in terms of defining what it is, like what its function is, what its behavior is, all of that type of stuff, if you want to ask any more questions about it, you have to basically ask why questions. Okay, well then why does it repel other particles? Okay, well, I guess at that point you basically just say maybe it has like a preference. Maybe it's doing that because it wants to do that. It has some degree of like preference to do that. It could have decided, and I'm using very quotes here because, it could be, decide is a very loaded word, but it has a preference to do that as opposed to something else. And that is what makes that particle an electron, as opposed to, and another particle being, a gluon or muon or whatever. It has a preference to act that way. And that preference is, like the most elementary form of consciousness. I think that's actually a really cool idea if it's explained that way. If it's something else, then maybe I don't care and I have the exact same objections this guy does. But I think that's actually it's actually a very interesting point that Alex brings up. And it's why I think it's a cool idea to him, even if he doesn't necessarily go into it all the time, which, I think is to the detriment of the argument.
Can't see how an interactionist dualist view could be right. I'm being forced to the idea that mentality or experience is both fundamental and ubiquitous. it can't come from something other than itself, so it must be permanent and everywhere. It's a panpsychism's a view that you're forced to by the difficulties of other options.
Yes.
And then you have to start worrying about whether the road you've taken is too radical. Now, if you don't find a physicalist view so difficult to entertain, and I really don't.
So yeah, that's the whole point.
This is just ideology.
That is the whole point. That is the whole point, is that, again, this is why the questions that, you know, these philosophers bring up to these materialists, it's because it's like they don't see the problems. They just, you know, they just totally don't see the problems there. They don't give them any weight. Those problems, those issues, those objections do have weight and are serious if you're actually going to, you know, consider them. If you just, like, you know, dismiss them out of hand because you're like, no, I don't have any problems with my stuff, that's not giving them their due. You're not considering them as much as you should, because you're basically just like, yeah, I just like my theory. My theory makes sense for me. Okay, well, it's got to actually just be the case. And if someone else has a legitimate issue with it, it's probably because your view on it is not the case. It's not the truth. I know that you like it, that's cool, but if there's a legitimate objection to it, it's probably because your view is actually not the case.
The instructing imagination here. When I think about what a brain is like, what brain activity is like, in the particular way that I do, and maybe we should talk about the nature of brain activity at some stage. And I ask myself, is it mysterious that it feels like something to be one of those things? I think, no, it's not mysterious at all. And they're special. You know, grains of sand are nothing like this. The combination of activities that you find in a nervous system with the targeted information processing network connections, and also the more diffuse holistic electrical activity. And that's something I would emphasize here. When you think about what's there, I think it's reasonable to say, you know, nothing like this exists in the inanimate world. So there's no reason to think that, you know, there's much kinship between what it's like to have a brain and, you know, there's no reason to think there's something it's like to be a grain of sand or a rock or know, a glass of water. And once the difficulties of explanation for a physicalist don't loom quite so large, what one should say to a panpsychist is, well, is there any positive motivation for this? Anything other than just the difficulties of the other views? Now, and there are some people who would make an appeal to quasi-religious ideas or to ideas about meaning and value as perhaps having an easier, you know, questions of that nature having an easier road for the panpsychist than for the physicalist. And that at least is an attempt to sort of, you know, set out another argument. But I think most contemporary panpsychism is just driven by the difficulties experienced in other parts of the logical
Maybe
landscape.
he does know what he's talking about, but he's not.
If you think that's...
Maybe he does know what he's talking about, but I don't think he's expressing himself in such a way that makes me think he's understood the core interesting argument of panpsychism. And again, I think that's totally reasonable because it's such a weird thing that, again, I just learned about. So I wouldn't be surprised. Then again, he might have read a book that's like, you know, bad about it. I mean, I don't know. But I'm not getting the sense that he's thinking about the same thing that I'm thinking about, which I know is what Alex is thinking about. So I'm not sure if I think they're kind of talking across each other.
Sensations are brain processes, and it's not so implausible, really. Then panpsychism looks like a absurd overreaction to medium-sized problems.
Yeah, I definitely get that impression. I've spoken to Philip Goff on the show years ago. He's a big panpsychist. I'm not sure how that fits into his recent conversion to heretical Christianity. Actually, I'll have to ask him about that.
When you talked to him, did he offer positive reason, starting from scratch, not starting from difficulties of other views, but, suppose you started from scratch. Here's why panpsychism looks like a...
Not so much, not that I remember, right? And I remember what captured me about it, and I was so interested in at the time, was that it was the first time I'd come across really this idea of the problem of science being ultimately like descriptive or functional.
Mm-hmm.
That is, science tells you what stuff does. Most fundamentally, if you ask famously when Newton discovers gravity,
Mm-hmm.
what he really does is he realizes that the same force that makes cups fall makes the moon stay in orbit around the Earth and the planets move around. And so he eloquently describes and comes up with a mathematical system for describing the motions of the planets. But in the Scholium to the Principia Mathematica, he says, as for what gravity actually is, like why this force exists and what it's actually made of, hypothesis non fingo. I frame no hypothesis. I've got no idea, is what he says. And
which was very sensible of him, given
I think
the picture that was in place and what he'd done.
Yes.
To know when it would be too much to push further.
Now, arguably, sort of Einsteinian gravity gets us closer to thinking about what gravity actually is.
Yeah.
But Philip Goff at least opened my eyes to this idea that even in those cases, a great deal of what we think is scientific, description of what things are, is really a bit more like Newton's gravity, in that you say, oh well, what's an atom made of? It's made of protons and neutrons and electrons. Okay, cool, there's our...
So even if you were to describe perfectly the what, and you get all the way down to the absolute most fundamental aspect of it, what you describe every bit of that what perfectly, and all its relations and everything. If you have perfect information about that, you have not answered every question about that thing, because there's another one, which is, why is it that way and not some other way? And you essentially arrive at no possible possibility. Why are the laws of physics the way that they are? Because they couldn't be any other way? Well, that seems impossible, because they could be another way, right? If it's not possible that they are any other way, we would not be able to conceive of them being any other way. We would not be able to conceive of gravitational constant being anything other than it is. It's no, it could be. I mean, it just could. It just could be a different number. It absolutely could be. There's no reason it has to be that one thing. So then why is it that way? That is one question that, and I think it's a valid criticism, which is, I don't know if science ever gets there. And this is something that, the originators of the scientific method, scientific theory, hundreds of years ago, did actually say in their philosophical texts on the idea of science, it was, this thing is not around to answer these types of questions. It can't. And you should essentially ignore them in terms of science. In terms of the scientific method, those questions are out of bounds. Don't even look at them, because we can't answer those questions with a scientific method, because a scientific method is inherently based on empiricism. It's based on observation. So if there are questions that cannot be observed, either because the thing that's being examined is immaterial and unobservable, or they are, these why questions, you got nothing. You can't do it. I don't think most scientists would accept that, because it means that this thing that, shapes their entire reality is an incomplete answer. You can't answer all the questions. You can't look at the world entirely through that one lens. And, it's the lens that shapes their life.
Answer. But if you ask what's an electron, and the answer is, oh, it's a negatively charged particle. Well, what's a negative charge? Oh, it means that it repels other negative.
A relational description.
That tells you what it does. And so if I ask you, what is it, when you get to the bottom, it's very difficult to answer that question. Now, that's why I think it's true that what happens is, look, we've got this problem, we can't answer this, so consciousness is a solution. But I think you could reframe that as a positive case. And the way I've thought about it is well, how do we explain the fact that at fundamental reality, it seems like there are, for want of a better word, preferences.
Yeah.
You
got there eventually.
there are kinds of atoms which do one thing and kind of atoms which do another thing. You know what I mean?
think there are better words. I think preferences is richer than. I mean, there's a kind of selectivity of interaction.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's say that, and I suppose in order to build a positive case for panpsychism, I might say something like there is this selectivity of action, and it seems weird that if we're just dealing with like inert matter, that's sort of, and we got down to the real fundamental of what matter is, that there's either like different kinds of fundamental matter, or some fundamental matter selects this. I don't want to say behavior, but you know what I mean? Selects this way of being, and another fundamental matter selects this way of being. And the panpsychist might say, well, the best explanation for that is preference, is conscious awareness, and a sort of rudimentary desire to do one thing over and over. That would probably be my best crack at like a positive panpsychist case,
And
it's a throw together.
The question is going to be whether
good.
The alternative is able to give a better account of the selectivity of action than the rudimentary desire.
Yeah.
That's where the battle will be fought.
Which is fair.
I think so.
And that at least is a kind of right. I think of this as a sort of a better place than the usual place where panpsychism is assessed. It's introduced as a response to despair with respect to the mind-body problem. Let me push back a little bit about this view of science that I know Goff and other people have. So suppose we take the chair, which is proper wood. What's the chair made of? Well, it's wood. What's wood made of? Well, wood's mostly cellulose and lignin. Those are the two main constituents of wood. Cellulose is it's a sugar, surprisingly. It's got a structure that's not much dissimilar from glucose. Cellulose and glucose, they're sugars, and lignin is another carbon-based chemical that plants produce that is a kind of further binding thing that makes wood hard. So you got cellulose and lignin.
Crazy.
What's wood made of? It's made of those two things. That's a bit of science. Now that wasn't sort of functional, relational. That was what it's made of. Then a person might say, well, tell me about cellulose. What's cellulose made of?
Yeah.
Well, you got carbon, you got oxygen, you got hydrogen, and here's how they're arranged. This is still what it is. It's not just what it does, but it's what it is. And then someone says, okay, now.
And again, I think, so Alex missed a word here that he did say in the Sabine Hassenfelder thing. Like he was banging on about the functional relationships and like what it does, not what it is, and it's like like that type of stuff. Okay, it's not so much what it is, it's the why is it that way? Why is it what it is?
Now tell me about the carbon that was in the cellulose, that was in the wood, and you'll start talking about numbers of protons and numbers of electrons and neutrons. And that's also still talking about what it is, not what it does. And then they start pressing on the electron. And then I agree, we get to these problems of, that's not the fundamental level, but it's getting to a level at which these questions concerning the natures of things and dispositions do become difficult. And I don't deny the difficulties there. But a whole lot of science was done in those other stages where,
and then you can go further.
This is what wood is made of. This is what cellulose is made of. This is what a carbon atom is made of. And the people who have the, all science is about dispositions view, I think they don't recognize the realness of that part of science. The part that, if you ask, why does wood burn? Well, here's what it's made of, and here's how things that are made of that stuff are going to behave when they get hot and there's oxygen around. So I don't want to concede some of that.
Yeah, sure.
Here's the nature of science material that.
But the thing is like again, this is a modern view of it. There's a modern view of science that it actually does have answers that, again, the originators of science, the people that invented it whole cloth out of nothing and said, here's the scientific method, here's a philosophy for it. They said, yeah, that's great. This can do a lot, but it can't do this. I don't think those people were dumber than, scientists today. I think those people were probably smarter. And certainly, just because of, the way they were, raised and taught and all that kind of stuff, they are going to have a better philosophical understanding of what it can and cannot do. Nowadays, science explains so much, and there's always more that it explains every day, that it's much easier to think that, oh, yeah, science can answer all of these questions. Every question can be answered by that philosophy. And I don't think it's the case. Not only do I think it's the case, it's just not the case. It's just not the case.
The panpsychists, but all sorts of people now like to offer.
Yeah, I'm quite in line with this functionalist view of science. Actually, two other people I've had that have pressed back, just as you have, are David Deutsch and Brian Greene. I also had a conversation with who similarly wanted to salvage the idea that science does tell you what stuff is, not just what it does.
What the chair's
That's
made.
fine.
It explains. It doesn't just describe.
Right.
I think that will bottom out in the question of to what degree you think those levels of analysis are separable. Because when I look at, like, when you say, well, what's this chair made out of? And you say, well, the arm of the chair is made out of wood. I've kind of got two options there. I can either say, okay, that's that question answered, and science has explained what something really is. If I wanted to go to a deeper level of analysis, I could, but if I'm happy to just stop there, then science has explained what something is.
Mm-hmm.
Or I could view it, and this is the view I would take, in saying that is useful, but it's an incomplete answer to the question, because I still don't know what wood is. And if I then do this thing of asking what's wood and what the atoms and stuff,
some stuff about what wood is,
and so I'd
it's still incomplete, but
I'd imagine that.
But complete is asking a hell of a lot.
Oh yeah, exactly right.
And the difference here is one guy thinks science can offer completeness. It just hasn't gotten there yet. This is what the last thing that we watched with him was two cosmologists. They would have both said, yeah, like eventually we will get to an answer. Eventually there is a complete explanation provided by science on all of these questions. We don't have it yet, but that's the problem. It's not that, science is incapable of doing this. It's just that the technology, the theories, the people working it have not provided it yet. We haven't gotten there yet, but eventually we will. It's completely reasonable. Eventually we'll get there. Alex is bringing up a legitimate objection, which is, I don't know if science can do that. It doesn't seem like it can. Like, it can get better and better. It can get, a bigger picture, but it's never going to be a complete answer, because you could, even if you were to fully explain all of that stuff, get all the way down to the deepest depths, there's no other questions to be asked about the what it is. Okay, that does still leave some questions to be had, which are about why it is that way, why this way and not other ways. And the only scientific explanation is just because it is. That is the way that it is, because it is that way. There's no further, questioning needed or necessary or relevant. But for the philosopher, you'd go, well, no, that is a relevant question. And, the scientist just doesn't understand.
And I think your view on, I suppose, what you think science is supposed to be doing, and like what counts as like a sufficient scientific explanation, will be the determinant force here. Because I think it's sensible. When people say that, like, when I touch this chair arm, I'm not really touching it, because at the molecular level, it's just electrons repelling each other, right? Mm-hmm. There is a sense in which I can describe macro phenomena in terms of the movement of micro phenomena. I can say, when I touch this wood, what's going on is electrons are repelling each other. And that's a sensible description of what I'm doing right there. And it will be sort of in reference to the most fundamental thing, even though I'm not experiencing it on that level. And in the same way, there's like out of context, a really unhelpful way to answer the question. But if you said, hey, what's this chair arm made out of? What's your bookcase made out of? And you say, oh, electrons. It's like, that's really unhelpful in this context, but it's not incorrect. And in fact, that might be a more complete answer, you know?
Well, in that case, it's close to incorrect, or because it's not as if it was made of metal or plastic, it wouldn't be made out of
right.
thing. So it's a sort of, the uninformativeness of the answer is a very
You're quite right, because
that
would miss what the goal of the questioner is. If you think, well, we have to break it down to the electrons to answer your question, you'd be like, that's not what I'm trying to do. And maybe the scientist, when they're explaining the chair's made out of wood, and you start asking, well, what's carbon made out of? They'll go, well, you're sort of missing the project of what I'm trying to do here too. And so, yeah, I think it depends on what your view of science is. But the reason why I'm so interested in panpsychism in relation to your work is because when, in the first book of your trilogy...
So this would be the thing. I think if I were to ever interview any scientists, I would have to... The first question that I would ask, and I'm not even going to write this down, can science provide answers to every question? I'm going to actually literally write this down. Can science answer every question? Because that primes people to the very least think, okay, are there some things that maybe are outside of the bounds of scientific inquiry? And I think most scientists would correctly and honestly say, no, there are definitely some things that it can't. And for the ones that don't say that, I'm kind of like, okay, well, at the very least, it primes them to think outside of that. Like that's going to be rattling in their head a lot. Because again, like that right now is the conversation that they're trying to have is, where are the limits? Are there limits? But the question of are there limits has not been answered. So we're just trying to actually just sort of like find the limits without even thinking of them. So in fact, you're kind of just going, okay, well, actually, maybe there are no limits. It's boundless. So trying to question someone on like, where are the, where are the friction points? Well, they don't exist.
Other minds. You write about what you describe as potentially the beginning of communication.
Yeah.
And you talk about how single-celled organisms from which we are all ultimately evolved, sort of floating around in the sea, communicate with each other by sort of releasing chemical signals. And the beginning of communication might have been when single-celled organisms began releasing chemicals that had sort of the intention of being perceived. It's not just something that you do as a byproduct or whatever, but you release some kind of chemical in order that another organism,
the purpose at least,
will receive that, right? And that's the beginning of communication. And then you beautifully describe how what an animal is, as opposed to like a single-celled organism, is when a bunch of cells start clumping together, essentially, and working in tandem. And you say, can't remember exactly how you word it, but you talk about how when the cells clump together into animals, what was communication between organisms becomes communication between cells inside of one organism. And that really made me stop. And I don't know if that was, when you wrote that was supposed to be some super significant philosophical moment, but for me, that was eye-opening, because I suddenly realized that, like, this difference between why it is that cells communicating in the ocean, billions of years ago, are individual organisms, all separate, communicating with each other. But once they're like spatially located together in the right way, now we consider it as one organism, an animal, who has lots of cells which are communicating with each other, but as part of one individual person.
I think we can answer that actually relatively easily, which is that all of those cells arranged themselves in that way because that was their function. Like they were an outgrowth of that stuff. It was not like, we're communicating with different things. It's just like, and you could just say they're the same origin. Of course, you could also make the argument from an evolutionary standpoint that all of these things are from the same origin because, they're all going back and back and back in time. But I do think there is probably a bit of a difference in that. Because then you can get into the single cell stuff where you're like, all right, well, what about like organelles and these types of things in the cell? Yeah, Like there is a sort of like difference in terms of individuality and these types of things, which is why we don't think of ourselves as, a clump of cells. We think of ourselves as, an individual made up of cells.
Thought of panpsychism, because panpsychists think that, fundamental atoms are basically conscious, and that as you start putting them together, you have this mystery, which they call the combination problem, of how that eventually turns into a brain, which is made up of fundamentally conscious atoms, but seems to be experienced as one entity. We don't experience ourselves as billions of conscious atoms, but one conscious brain. And I thought, there's sort of an analogy there with the way that single cells communicate with each other, but then if they communicate with each other in a particular arrangement, there's no longer like a bunch of organisms, but just one. You know what I mean? It seems like a bit of a mystery to me how that jump is made.
Well, he's going to say there's not.
I see the analogy.
Forgive me if that's a lot, but I hope you sort of see what I'm saying,
I get it. And in the case of... Right, I think this brings up some questions about the relationship between the broadly information processing side of the mind and the felt or experiential side of the mind.
Sure.
I mean, suppose we're talking about
brain,
how neurons and other cells within an organism interact and communicate, and we note the history of this in separate organisms, as you say, in the sea, communicating with each other. And we ask ourselves, as an information processing object, what's the relation between a neuron itself and it as a mere part of a larger whole? And the questions of that form, I think, are sort of interesting, but not in principle perplexing. We can say, well, this neuron, suppose it's part of a logic circuit, or it's part of what does a certain kind of mathematical processing in relation to other cells around it. We can give it an information processing description at the level of this cell and that cell, and then we can zoom out and say, and once you've got tens of billions of neurons doing this kind of stuff, you wind up with this other information processing. Now that, I think, is it's interesting, but it's not perplexing or threatening as a kind of relationship between levels. The combination problem that the panpsychists encounter, which does have an analog within a physicalist view, concerns the relationship between what you might think are the tiny glimmers of selfhood and something not quite experiential but on the way that a cell can have, and the properties of the big collective that you wind up with when there are billions of these things. Now, if you thought that individual cells had a kind of consciousness, which some people think, who are not panpsychists, right? This is a view about cells, not about all of matter. Then you face a kind of combination problem when you think about the consciousness of the brain. And if we just think about this hypothetically for a second, I mean, suppose I thought that individual cells were conscious. I don't think that, but I don't think it's I don't think it's a 20th as crazy as panpsychism. Suppose I thought that, and then I faced the question, what's the relationship between the basis for experience in a cell and the basis for experience in the big multicellular organism? I'd say, well, we have to think in terms of a kind of subsumption rather than aggregation.
And I've actually just thought about this. Because if you do look at it from that perspective, and I know a lot of people have done this, that also means that, okay, well, then you should go even further out and go, okay, so, each of these cells are like individually conscious or like whatever. So if these individual cells are each conscious, but we don't think of it that way. We think of it as one thing. We think of it as, as one individual in these things. Okay, well, then again, like if you're just thinking about it in terms of purely physical stuff, then you should actually broaden it out for real, to the degree that, there's no such thing as, an individual human. There is, there is the individual human organism, which is every human being, around it in existence. That's just one species. That's just one series of, cells that are interconnected via, slightly less localized positions.
Address this question well. It's not that the quasi-experiential things in the cells are still doing their stuff and you add them together to other cells doing their version and you get a big thing by combination. Rather, when you get the cells all packed together and having the animal type electrical relationships between the parts of the nervous system, the lower level activities of the cells that might be the basis for something quasi-experiential, if this was just on its own, those low-level activities are subsumed, they're lost, they're no longer there. They're replaced by something that exists at the higher level. So if I was a panpsychist, I'd be looking for a subsumption model within that framework in the same way that I think a subsumption model rather than a combination model is appropriate for a more biologically oriented view.
Why are they subsumed?
I hope that wasn't too much of a
No,
tangle.
I think about that a lot. Like in the context of panpsychism, how do you account for there being individual sort of conscious atoms or whatever, and then singular conscious brains made up of those atoms? And I guess the two choices are either that they both have individual experience at a different level, or that once that singular brain evolves, the
wipe out
individual,
the lower level.
And so I suppose one answer to that question is the plausibility of the idea that, say, the conscious experience of humanity, let's say, does like the human species have a singular conscious experience? If you think the answer is yes, and if you take enough psychedelics, you might think that the answer is yes, then you might think to yourself, okay, well then we're a bit like the atoms that make up a brain. We're individually conscious, but so are the bits that get put together. But I think more plausibly, that doesn't feel right.
The gaps between humans are different from the gaps between cells in a brain. I have right now, there's a whole lot of sort of boundary management and cohesion that I have, and there's a whole lot of boundary management and cohesion that you have, and
probably less, I would imagine.
and there are some ideas about surprising channels that I don't think should be written off, but there's a lot of individuality that we each have.
Yeah.
Much more so than two neurons in a brain. So the idea that there's a simple extrapolation from the neuron to neuron case to the person to person case, I think there's lots of places to push back there.
I certainly think so too. And as I say, I really feel a bit like stuck in the middle here, in that it's like every door that I try to open, it just has something that's a bit wrong about it, like the physicalist view. I still struggle to wrap my head around the triangle.
It's the triangle.
Yeah, but then then I think of a dualist thing and its interaction, and then I think of idealism, and that doesn't seem right either. And so I love exploring these ideas, but I am very much stuck in the middle. But one thing I do know is that conscious experience exists, and that I've got good reason to think that it exists across the animal kingdom, and the brain structures of octopuses and other animals. And
what is his
I said that we'd come back to.
What is his good? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
To this, the experience of pain in particular, because I was talking about, biting my finger or whatever. There are people who think that non-human animals either feel pain in a completely different way to us, or don't feel pain at all. I think the idea that they don't feel pain at all is basically,
I think
in the dustpan of history.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, for which animals? I think it's it should be in the dustpan for lots of animals.
Yeah. Well, there are people who think that there is something so specific and special about human beings that any other.
Plenty of people deny it for fish still.
Yeah. So people still deny it for fish, or certainly like for shrimp, or more plausibly oysters, for example.
I would deny it for oysters.
Yeah, I think basically everybody does, right? And so the question is, how do we go about like finding a method by which to judge whether another animal feels pain? And the reason I ask that is because you could say,
depends on how you define pain. It really depends on all right, is that just like neurological signaling that is correlated with physical damage? If that's what pain is, then there's a very easy way to test that. In terms of feeling it, like pain what does that mean? Is it like a conscious, thing? Or is it just like a response to stimuli type deal?
Well, let's look for parity. Let's look for things that happen in their brains, which also happen in our brains.
Yeah.
And if the thing that happens in our brain brings about pain, it probably does for them too. And that makes some sense. But then a lot of fish just like don't have the same brain structures that we do that produce pain in us.
Let alone the octopus with the donut and the
But then
the globes and
you
the
think
rest.
about the fact, I've heard you talk about this, the fact that octopuses also don't have the same like visual cortex that we do, and yet they can clearly see.
Right.
And so obviously these brains are functioning in very different ways, but sometimes producing similar or analogous results. So how can we even begin approaching this question of trying to understand whether or not pain is felt in the same way for other animals as it is for us?
It's definitely difficult.
Good.
But
glad you mentioned it.
I certainly wouldn't despair. And the experiment that I mentioned by Robin Crook a little while ago, that's a kind of model where I think a good way to approach it is to say, we do something to an animal. We inject a bit of acid, or we pinch it, or we, in the case of insects now, they use heat mostly as the aversive stimulus because insects don't seem to care much about mechanical damage, but they really don't like heat. We introduce some potentially aversive stimulus, and we ask, what reason is there to believe that it's felt? And felt aversively, not just felt in a kind of, this is happening to me now.
Yeah.
Now, the Crook experiment is a kind of a model because
and again,
what
it
she
also
does...
One actually pause there. Depends on what it actually means by felt. Again, like, is it mechanistic or is it conscious? If it's felt in the sense of, okay, stimulation, response, that's it. It's just, this is a response to damage or threat or something like that. And therefore, we're running down an algorithm of mechanistic neuronal responses, then it's not necessarily felt in the same way as we do. It's not consciously felt. It's just, reacted to, and maybe that reaction is analogous to some brain structures and functions and responses and these types of things. But it's not necessarily felt. And again, a lot of this is also just straight up like, we can't know. We can't. It's just not possible.
Is say, well, if it's felt, there'll be a number of consequences. There's a sort of network of effects. It's not just one kind of effect. There's the combination of, protecting the area, avoiding the place where it happened, and also the fact that the local anesthetic eradicates both of those behaviors. It's not just one effect, it's a kind of network. There's some famous experiments by Bob Elwood on hermit crabs, where Elwood introduced a little electrode into the shells of some hermit crabs and gave them a small electric shock. And they don't like it, and they'll leave the shell if you shock them, but not in a sort of simple way. And that this is why that case is a bit similar to this octopus case. Elwood and his collaborators found that if it's a really good shell, they'll put up with more shock. If there's the odor of a predator around, they'll put up with more shock. Sometimes also, but in both those cases, the shell's more valuable, so you'd put up with more than you otherwise would. In some cases, the crab would leave the shell when it had been shocked, and it would kind of inspect itself and try to work out what happened there.
Yeah.
And would poke its head inside the shell, apparently to work out, this shell seemed perfectly fine. Why is it suddenly doing whatever it's doing? Now, you don't have to interpret that as, why is it suddenly making me feel bad? Or why is the shell suddenly inducing this unpleasant experience? It might be something other than that, but you want some story about the network of effects that come from the shock. There's the tending, there's the inspecting, there's the trading off of, putting up with more shock if the shell is a really good shell. It's that kind of combination of effects that point towards an internal state that is, well, that's the question. Is it an internal state that's felt or not felt? If someone says it's not felt, then I would say to them, okay, fine, but tell me some effects would expect to see if this was an internal state that was not felt. I mean, if it is felt, then the grooming makes sense, then the inspection makes sense, as well as the trade-off. All those things make sense.
It's just, this is such a difficult conversation to have because these are such universal words like felt. I get the sense that he's thinking of a specific definition that's slightly different from mine. It might be slightly different from yours. It might be slightly different from Alex's. And that's very difficult to then have like a more nuanced, more complete, better conversation without those terms defined.
They're not decisive as evidence, but in response to that, you want a positive story about what's going on in there such that all those things happen, but it's just a little robot that doesn't feel any of this stuff. So I think, and what I'm describing now is what's actually happening, and especially in the UK, which is a real centre for this research, the Elwood work. There's a lot of very high quality work on bumblebees being done. There's a whole bunch, and what makes the work powerful, I think, when it is powerful, is especially the way that you're able to get a sense of a net, I'm repeating myself, but I think this is important, the sort of network of effects that come from what's happened, the stimulus to the animal, and trying to get a sense of whether the combination or network of effects that come from this thing go more naturally with the hypothesis that it does feel or doesn't feel. It's not enough just to say, this is something that bothers me about some aspects of the debate. If someone does, years of glorious experiments, very difficult to do, they work out, and you get the sorts of effects that are suggestive of pain, a person like a philosopher might say, well, that's all very well, but I can imagine all that stuff being present and feeling being absent. I mean, sure, you can imagine it. I mean, imagining is easy in situations like that. But it's not much of an argument.
Well, I can imagine you being a philosophical zombie. I can imagine that you are giving me all of these signs that you're conscious and can feel pain, but you actually don't. You're just some kind of robot, right?
That's right. Imagining is cheap in this area.
It's not enough. Yeah,
it's not enough. And I mean, actually, this is quite a good time for me to emphasize. When I wrote the book Other Minds, I thought it was pretty likely that octopuses were yes and insects were no for a lot of these experiential things, including pain. When I wrote the second book in the series, Metazoa, there was starting to be evidence for mood-like or emotion-like states in insects that were quite surprising, but there wasn't the sort of high quality work on pain that has now appeared since then. So when I give talks now, I find myself talking quite differently from how I talked 10 years ago.
I don't know why people focus in on pain. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense in the sense of, if we are utilizing animals, which we are, it makes sense to have some degree of sensitivity to the idea that they could be in pain, they could be in discomfort, and therefore, if we are moral, ethical, rational beings with any kind of sympathy or compassion in us whatsoever, if we're going to use these animals, we should at the very least minimize their pain, which I think is a very reasonable, universally held belief, certainly in the West, where it's just of course, if you've got cows, you want to make sure you take care of their feet. You want to make sure that, when you do go to slaughter them, they're slaughtered humanely. The rest of their lives is, spent, productively, or at the very least, contentedly. They're not suffering all the time. That's what you want. And even if it wasn't because it makes the meat taste better, it's just because, we are in charge of these things. We think these things can feel pain, or at the very least, hey, let's operate under the assumption that they can. We don't even necessarily care if they can or not. It just makes sense to, hedge our bets. I think that's totally reasonable. But the real question here is not so much whether or not they feel pain. It's whether or not they're conscious. Pain is just it was just like the first argument that happened, and it went down this, rabbit hole. And this rabbit hole is very interesting, but it just misses what the fundamental thing we were trying to examine was, which is like, okay, are animals conscious? And not only are animals conscious, but are they conscious in the same way that humans are? And I think that's the real question. The issue is that, again, like this guy, he's talking about specific pain experiments in animals. That's what he's talking about. That's what he's interested in. And, there are yes or no answers here. But there's yes or no answers for every species under the sun, and you need an answer for each one of them. That's kind of, again, really missing the point. Alex kind of does get into this a little bit more and better in these types of things, but he's focusing on pain. And I did the same thing. When they're talking about this, I was talking about pain. I don't know if I care if animals can feel pain. I'm happy to say, yeah, they can. The real question is like, okay, are they conscious? I think then that makes a difference in terms of how we should treat them. In terms of pain, I'm like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm cool with saying, animals can feel pain, and therefore, we should treat them as well as possible, but it doesn't mean that, we should not eat them. Like I don't have a real, if an animal can feel pain, I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, if we're supposed to really care about that much, then we need to make sure that every single animal on the planet is, ripped out of their environments, because they're getting hurt all the time. They're getting hurt all day, every day. And we need to take care of them. If that's what our concern is here, that's a much bigger call to action than, they feel pain and therefore, we shouldn't eat them. It's like, no. It's not that we shouldn't eat them. It's that we need to protect all animals at all times because they feel pain and we care about them that much, to the degree that, we're going to eliminate an enormous food supply from, an already stressed species, us. So yeah, are they conscious or not? That's the real question I'm wondering about. Do they feel pain? Some of them, probably, right? I mean, at least certainly seems like it, and I'm happy to act like they do. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to change my mind on, like, whether or not it's ethical to eat animals. That's not really a relevant question for me.
Around the time of Other Minds, because I think the evidence for, states that are very pain-like or somewhat pain-like in at least some insects, it's good evidence. Evidence for positive, pleasure-like states in bees and flies is growing, and is, there is evidence of that kind. The hermit crab stuff, I think, is very striking. There's lots of observations of invertebrate animals doing that kind of grooming and wound tending, crabs and lobsters and prawns.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole picture, I think, has changed, not in a way that's decisive, but in a way that has some real weight to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's changed through, I think, especially work that's shown these kind of networks of effects of a sort of feeling suggestive kind coming out of or arising from aversive stimuli, and from, on the flip side, positive events as well.
Won't that, particularly the insects idea, given just how many insects there are and just how much of an effect we have on their lives and their suffering through all kinds of behaviors, but including the rearing of animals for food, but also, driving our cars or whatever. Shouldn't this kind of thought or realization perhaps just revolutionize our ethical worldviews?
It certainly will be disruptive, no question. I think we're heading for disruptive conclusions. Not of the simplest kind. A few years ago, there was a declaration on the probability of sentience in a number of these invertebrate animals, the New York Declaration, which I didn't write, but I...
And again, I don't know if he means sentience or sapience. Sapience is what we have, for sure. Sentience, other things have sentience. Like apes have sentience. Sentience is a lower order form of consciousness, awareness, whatever we want to call it. Yeah. Sapiens is what we have. That's why we're Homo sapiens, not sentiens.
Signed, and during the subsequent discussion of that declaration, quite a few people said, well, doesn't this mean insects are going to have rights or something like that? And my response was, well, no, it's a separate question. And in the case of insects in particular, the widening of the moral circle has a different character once it includes them, because most of the other organisms who we've come to think, I used to think they didn't feel pain, now I think they do, we should at least take that into account. In most of the earlier cases, non-human close relatives like mammals and birds and fish and octopuses, and in most of the earlier cases, we're not at war with these animals.
Right.
But with insects,
this is fun.
At least some of the time.
Yeah.
We can't make peace with the mosquitoes.
I love it.
It's not.
This is a good one. Yeah. You know what? They're aware and they're trying to kill us. Execute all of them. They're actually worse. We actually hate them more. And you know what? We are super happy to be destroying our enemies. Oh God, that's fantastic. I love it. That's awesome. Which is true. Like I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, okay, like if all of these other things are, we're ascribing them some degree of consciousness, well, you know what? That means that when a chimpanzee rips somebody's, face and fingers off, not only should we kill that chimpanzee, we should do the same thing to it and its family. We get revenge on that. It's not just, an animal that's, acting out mechanistically. It's just a robot. It's just a meat zombie. No, it's evil. It's actually evil. That's hilarious. And that is the actual outgrowth of this stuff. If we are making these animals sentient, they feel pain, they're conscious, they have, the same decision-making capacity that human beings do, well then, baby boy, game is on. All right? That throws stuff around a way bigger way. Okay? Yeah, that's a way bigger difference. So this is awesome that this guy's mentioning this.
Relationship with them is very antagonistic. I mean, mosquitoes cause so much harm worldwide as carriers of malaria and other diseases. There's just no way we can make friends with mosquitoes. Well, perhaps I speak too fast. We might at least think about ways that we can render them less destructive to human life, while taking their interests into account. Right? That's not crazy. But to just sort of bring them into the moral circle and say, okay, they're in, they have rights. It's very different in the case of agricultural pests and mosquitoes, other animals that have more of a sort of intrinsically antagonistic relationship to us than others.
So, I mean, a lot of people don't think that fish feel pain, and I understand there's a big debate around that, and it seems like you could look for these networks of reactions.
There's a bit of debate. I think that's fading, but there are still people, as you say, who don't think
that fish feel pain. But like I say, you look at the experiments that people are doing, and as best as we can hope to get confidence that there's some kind of experiential pain going on, it seems like it's ticking all of the boxes. But people will look at certain kinds of sea life. I mean, I'm thinking particularly of something like prawns or shrimp, and they'll start to think to themselves, well, what kind of thing do I need to look for in the brain structures of these little creatures to think they might feel pain, and do they fulfill those criteria? Like, I don't know. And this will of course affect your views on their inevitable treatment as like bycatch for all kinds of reasons, but also eating them directly, ordering them at a restaurant, like the food that you eat, it's going to have a big impact on that. Because I know a lot of people who would probably think, even if they can't stand the thought of slaughtering cows and pigs, like a shrimp, I could eat a shrimp. Like I don't know if you have a strong view on how we should think about these animals.
Sure, yeah. I think the first thing to say is that factory farming of mammals and birds is the big the number one problem. I think I wouldn't want any of the things I say about the invertebrate cases to pull attention away from the awfulness of the way of industrialized farming of pigs.
I understand that, and the legitimate criticism of that is, okay, that's great, but line, I'll get my way on this. Down the line. So it's like people like going, no. You don't get to do that. You got to answer it now. Like shrimp, yes or no? Okay? For real. Like you need to actually answer that. I get that, yeah, the factory farming stuff is way more attention grabbing. It's way more politically motivating. So that's why you want to go for that issue. But yeah, we're having a principled argument here. We can't eat any animals ever at any point in time. Okay, well then everybody starves to death, right? Because I mean, agriculture is going to kill animals in mass. Okay, even if, again, every single person on Earth converts to vegetarianism, and let's assume that doesn't have massive health problem, consequences. Even if that's the case, and let's even say that it's possible to do that, that we have enough arable land to do it. In that scenario, you're going to be killing an enormous amount of bugs. And what's the difference between a bug and a shrimp? What's the difference between these things? Is there a significant difference? Because again, if you're having a principled argument, that's what you need to be saying. And I mean, the principled argument for that stuff essentially ends up with all humans just basically need to starve to death, because no activity that a human being can, take to feed themselves is without cost in, the life of semi-sentient, whatever, invertebrate. It's some other organic form of animal life,
In particular, it's very, very bad. And of chickens, pigs and chickens are probably the two worst cases, the worst cases. And there are special subsets, smaller scale cases like veal and foie gras, but where there's a lot of cruelty. That's priority number one, and everything else I think is secondary. The main thing people could do to improve our relationship with animal life on this planet is to move away from from cruel industrialized farming. Now, but now we can, with that on the table, I think talking about cases like shrimp is interesting. I think the case that shrimp have pain-like states is a pretty decent case. I think they're probably going to become fairly clear yes cases before long. One of the important things about shrimp is, this is something that Elwood emphasizes in one of his papers. If you ate beef every day for the rest of your life, okay, I'm giving figures now that don't come from the Elwood thing, but these are my own figures. I think a lot about these numbers. You might get through a dozen or maybe 2 dozen cows max. With shrimp, you get through that in an evening, in a meal.
We farm, I think.
Okay, so you know what kills a lot more of other stuff? Blue whales. How many krill do they eat? So should we kill all of these serial murderer blue whales? These blue whales are absolute monsters. They're killing the crap out of all of these animals. Do we actually think we'd even consider that? I mean, for real, if we're going to actually, again, bring this stuff in, we're going to have this as a principled argument, that's a real thing. We should be killing all of these predator animals. All of these predator animals are killing the crap out of these things. Either, we view them as the same as humans, in which case they are and should be held to the same moral standards that humans are, or they're not, and they are just, they're dealing with their instincts, they're doing that stuff according to their instincts. If they kill the crap out of, thousands and thousands of shrimp or krill or whatever, so be it. It makes no difference. It's just the cycle of life. It's a beautiful thing. So are they monsters, or are they, zombies? Are they just animals?
The Shrimp Welfare Project says 440 billion shrimp a year
Really?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
440 billion a year. Bear in mind that I think...
And shrimp farming is not very nice. It's
awful. I think
much worse than wild-caught.
About 100 billion human beings have ever lived in the history of the planet, and we kill 440 billion shrimp every single year. In fact, somebody recently accosted me. Matthew, his name is. He writes on Substack. Bentham's Bulldog is his name, and he's got this big thing about shrimp. Right? He comes to me and he says, Alex, we need to be talking about shrimp. And immediately you start thinking, like you say, it's like, okay, I think it's really interesting, but let's not draw attention away from the most pressing issue, which is, of course, factory farming. And he's like, I'm not so sure about that.
He thinks it might be
because of the fact
most important.
that so many shrimp are being killed, and I think the way they do it is they essentially put them on ice and they suffocate while freezing, and they also take a lot longer to suffocate than humans do. So it takes about 20 minutes. So these shrimp are often just killed by laying them out on ice and letting them suffocate for 20 minutes. An excruciating kind of death if they feel anything like the kind of pain that we might feel. And the crazy thing is, I mean, he drew my attention to this shrimp welfare project. What these people do is, and we'll put a link in the description actually, because people might want to donate after this. What they do is they provide the producers with stunners on the assumption, like on the agreement that they will stun a minimum of however many it is, like 120 million shrimp a year or something. And so what happens is, by donating money and they provide these stunners, because we're killing so many shrimp, these shrimp are being saved from this pain. Now, because of the sheer numbers involved, like this blows my mind. So if you donate $1 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, that equals out to preventing 1,500 shrimp from undergoing
I just find this to be like intellectual masturbation. They're literally trying to go, all right, what's the least amount of effort can I do to make myself feel better? This is, like I'll be totally honest here. This is like just these people just slobbing their own knobs, trying to do as little work as possible to feel as good as possible about being incredible moral actors. This makes me go, you know what? I'm going to go find some shrimp and I'm going to kill them in the most horrible, vicious, brutal way possible. Okay, because screw these people. Every dollar you donate, I'm going to hurt them more. All right.
This kind of painful experience. And like you say, you could eat beef for the rest of your life and get through maybe a few dozen cows. You can donate $1 and save 1,500 shrimp from undergoing this experience.
That's very.
And so he's like, look, man, like if you want to have the most practicable and immediate and numerous, most sort of biggest impact,
and it's done cooperatively. With the producers.
Like do it for the shrimp. But then intuitively, and he knows this, of course, when he tells me this, he's like, obviously, the first reaction people have is sort of like, wow, that's way more shrimp than I thought, and that's crazy, it's only $1. But I just kind of don't care as much about a shrimp as I do about a pig and a cow, and I find it actually very difficult to balance out these numbers. But if the numbers are as insane as he's talking about, like, I know how to begin like working out where our ethical priorities should lie. I say this just because you said, as I would say, like, oh yeah, we'll talk about like shrimp, that's interesting, but let's not take away from the main issue. But just because of the sheer numbers involved, maybe this is the main issue. You know what I mean?
I take the point. I take the point that the numbers that's a very weighty comparison. In the case of the cruel kinds of factory farming that I'm making the main issue, it's not the manner of death. It's the fact that the whole life, from beginning to end, just has zero that's positive in a lot of cases.
Yes.
Whereas if you're a shrimp, if you're a wild-caught shrimp, you have a normal shrimp life until you're caught, and then an unpleasant death. If you're a farm shrimp, that's. I don't know enough about it, but my understanding is it's not great. Maybe this is not well enough informed, but I would suspect the not greatness is not comparable to the factory farm pig.
Again,
case.
just intuitive.
There's something I mean, in the case of
something
pigs
special
and
about
chickens
them,
especially the sort of.
I agree. I mean, like this is the thing where it's like, look, I to be perfectly honest, I do think this intuitive version of like looking at this and going like, yeah, you know what, I just do have more of a care about, shrimp, about the chicken and pigs living in factory farming, and that's more of a significant issue. I just have like, because like when you are just introducing math into it and you're like, yeah, look, dude, like we're shaving so many more shrimp. And I'm like, okay, so you're trying to, at this point, you're trying to moralize like math. You're trying to math morals, okay? This is the stuff that people get pissed off about where it's like, hey, we're rules gaming God, okay? We're looking to find loopholes around like, yeah, look, all right, the Bible says no premarital sex. Okay, but there's a couple of loopholes around here, man. All right, we're gonna get one over on God by yeah, like this stuff doesn't count. This is okay. This is fine. It's like, okay, you're doing the exact same thing with like the vegetarian initiatives of like, oh, we shouldn't do factory farming. Okay, but what about like like shrimp and these things? It's like in terms of like cost effectiveness, this is the best way. And you're just like, dude, okay, you've lost me. No, like this intuitively now. I was kind of with you. I was kind of willing to go along with you on this kind of stuff, but now I'm just completely checked out. And you know what? I don't care at all. Which is obviously why the guy was saying like, no. Like I don't really, let's not talk about shrimp because factory farming is really bad and all this kind of stuff. And probably, yeah, factory farming is not great. There should be better, ways to get this stuff. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. But also it does, I like that he brought up the shrimp thing because it's actually like kind of a good argument against the sort of vegetarian vegan movement of like anti-animal cruelty. Because it's just like at the end of the day, we do have like a gut reaction to this stuff. And when you try to like stretch that gut reaction to things where it's like, we don't have it, but here's the moral, here's the reason, here's the rationale. I was like, okay, no, screw it, we're just gonna go straight with our guts, and you know what, I'm cool with killing animals. Yeah, I was like, we don't want them to be cruel. And I was like, yeah, no, that's fine. I don't want to be cruel to those animals either, but you know what, I'm totally fine with killing and eating them. 100%. And that's actually, yeah, it's funny how that goes, because like again, it's like all of these initiatives, like the vegetarian vegan initiatives, it is like at a detriment to your life as a human, because it's like, it's very rare for human beings to have survived purely, vegetarian. No meat in our diet, no animal-based products whatsoever. Very rare. It basically doesn't happen. And there's probably a good reason for that, or at the very least, we probably are evolved to have that as part of our diet. And therefore, we're making a sacrifice. And it's like, all right, we're willing to make that sacrifice, but to a point. To a point. And it does seem like you're kind of trying to push us past that point. And if that's the case, well, we're not going past that point, so we're not even going to we're not ceding any ground to someone who would push us closer to that point, because eventually you'll want us to cross it, and you might even force us to cross it. So yeah, we cede no ground. You will achieve no victories here.
Handling them, the dealing with them is such that we can control their lives completely, get a lot of meat from them, and the form of control can be extremely cruel, but nonetheless effective.
Yeah.
Even in the case of cows, it's not as bad.
Yeah.
It's there's no reason to be as awful to them as we are to some other animals. It's economic to be a bit less awful. In the shrimp case, when we just think about the 20 minutes at the end, yeah, if I was a wild living shrimp and had an unpleasant end, it's very different from being in a factory farm setting.
Yeah, and I imagine, again, I'm also speaking from ignorance here, and that I don't know what the life of a shrimp is like. I don't know to what extent they're farmed or wild caught or whatever.
they're mostly farmed now, and it's mostly in Asia, and I don't know much about the.
Oh, so we have never mind.
circumstance.
Oh, okay, never mind. So actually, most of this stuff that's horrible and happening here, we have no control over whatsoever, which is the case for like most seafood in general. But I love it. I love this even in the conversation. Hilarious.
I imagine that the Shrimp Welfare Project probably has a lot of information.
Yeah,
about that. I'll make sure that's linked in the description. but
Adorable.
Certainly, in terms of like your, let's say, your monetary impact, if to be effective with your altruism, it does seem to me that like, 1,500 shrimp saved from torturous suffering for $1. And in this article, which I'll
Where's
link on
that
below
shrimp?
from Pentham's Bulldog, he talks about how
Shrimp Welfare Project not in there.
There's an organization called Rethink Priorities who try to sort of calculate like the relative proportional amount of pain that shrimp feel compared to human beings, and they landed on a
Adorable.
conservative estimate of like about 3% of the pain experience. That's where I think it all gets a bit dubious. So
Yeah,
I'll link it in the
close-
description,
Love it.
but just so people know, like,
3%.
he starts making a comparison as to like, the equivalent of how much human suffering and whatnot. In putting this in the description and endorsing it as a thought, I'm not endorsing that line of thinking.
Yeah.
Love it.
But as
It's-
long
I
as
It's
it's
a question to ask.
as long as it's non-zero, like we're talking about a great deal of suffering and possibly your highest impact, like dollar to individual saved from torturous suffering ratio that exists. But for some people, a problem like this kind of works as a reductio ad absurdum in that like it's like, yeah, okay, well, if you
It
start
just did for me, I
worrying
think.
about fish sentience, where does that end up? Where does that end up with you? Oh, you want to
Worked.
take a few dollars and donate it to the Against Malaria Foundation? No,
Mhm.
no. You're far more impact if you give it to the shrimp charity. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
surely something's going wrong. So some people will take this and go, okay, we should be saving the shrimp, and some
Right.
people would say we should obviously not be saving the shrimp.
Right.
So there's something wrong about the way we're thinking about
Yep.
this,
Right.
And I wonder which of those intuitions you're like
Which-
more in line
Okay.
with.
Yep.
Shrimp are the perfect case for me to
Yeah.
reply
There you
with
go.
in this case because in my own case,
You hit it.
I used to eat shrimp very readily, and I'm phasing them out more or less completely. Partly because of this scientific stuff, but partly because I know this sounds a little crazy, but hanging out with shrimp while diving. I wrote a blog post about this about a year ago. If people go to my blog, Metazoan, there's a post about this where there is a particular kind of shrimp called banded shrimp who are friendlier than normal shrimp. Now that sounds weird, but it's not weird because banded shrimp are cleaner. They're cleaner shrimp. They approach larger animals like fish and eels and clean parasites off their skin in the same way that various small fish do. So they're cleaners, and they live in these kind of quite delicate quasi-symbiotic relationships or cooperative relationships with larger animals. Now, if you hang out with banded shrimp, they're quite curious about people sometimes. They like to touch you. They like to touch you with if you have a diving glove off. They don't like that. They're like octopuses. They can feel the skin, and they prefer the skin, and they'll interact in that way. Now, as I'm doing it with them, I know they're not my friends. I know that this is a cleaner animal, and they have a disposition to, probe larger animals who might be potential clients in the cleaning role. But they're a lot more complicated than I would have
Makes me
thought
feel
shrimp
more.
would be. They
Again,
have
that's
a
it.
kind of
It just turns into this. I have a feeling for this. It's like, okay, well then, if you're doing this, I'm doing this because of science and that kind of stuff. But the thing that actually changed my mind and made me change my behavior was a feeling that, you know what, these banded shrimp, I like these things. These are kind of cool. I feel like I don't want to eat these things anymore. That's great. That's awesome. But that means that my feeling of, you know what, I like eating meat and I don't have any problems with it whatsoever is equally as valid.
a wary, curious
and an equally valid reason for me to eat meat.
Engagement with a patient diver. This is a shrimp. This is not an octopus. This is a much simpler animal. So if someone says this is a reductio, you're going to spend your money, say I would make, is you should hang out more with shrimp. You should spend some time spend some time
No,
seeing
no.
how complicated they
You're
are.
going too far.
And a few years ago, I would have felt weird saying this. I no longer feel
Yeah,
weird
no, you
saying
don't.
this. I think a lot of these
Feels.
invertebrate animals, they have a
Feel.
lot more going on than it appeared even a few years ago.
And I mean, the implication you're making in what you said is that your assessment of the conscious experience of these animals is like directly tied to your decision as to whether or not to purchase and eat them.
In the shrimp case, as in the octopus case, it's partly a kind of sentimental reaction on
So-
my part.
Okay.
Yeah, I just,
Yeah.
I don't think eating octopus
He's
is a
honest.
particularly bad thing. I think it's nowhere near as problematic as eating factory farm pigs, for example.
Yeah.
But octopus, I just have too much affection for, for them to be, in the food category at all. And surprisingly to me, shrimp are sort of, and other crustaceans are sort of making their way into that
Feel
category.
like it's a good deal, man.
And I think
Ugh.
one has to be, I think it's fine to have a kind of sentimental response,
Yeah.
but one should also think about, the rational side as well.
Okay.
I think just purely non-sentimentally, in the shrimp case, there's decent evidence of pain as seen in grooming, wound tending, and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
There might be more evidence a few years from now. It's hard with some animals because they have more limited behavioral repertoires than octopuses and some others. But there's a scientific side which points towards some decent probability of pain-like states. And there's just more complexity. There's just more going on in their behavior than I would have expected. And those two things,
So again, I mean, like the things that he's talking about, like this complexity, I'm like, okay, so that is a scale. Like he's said this a couple of times. There is a complexity to organisms, and that does mean that, more complex organisms warrant more, care. So this is why, again, we care more about pigs and chickens or pigs more than chickens, cows more than pigs, although cows and pigs are very similar.
Non-sentimental way, they should have some force. And then each person's going to be sentimental about some animals and not others. And I think it's kind of healthy as a human to have sentimental responses to particular animals. I think that's entirely
I agree.
appropriate.
Yeah. Well, as an ethical
That is true.
emotivist, I think that ethics a lot of the time just is sentimentality.
You're an emotivist?
Yeah. Again, sort of
Hang
non-committally.
on. You're a panpsychist, sympathetic emotivist. It's a very unusual combination.
Yeah, I suppose it is. But such is the disparity of my philosophical thought. I find it very, very difficult actually to commit myself to basically any philosophical position, because especially since doing the podcast and talking to people, like I'll talk to somebody who will passionately explain to me why consciousness is foundational and how that changes everything, and then I'll speak to someone next week who says that's all BS, and I'm constantly just amazed at how difficult it can be to pin something down. But when it comes to animal suffering, the idea that animal suffering matters and that factory farming is bad is something that I just think is unshakably the case. Of course, caveat, I'm an emotivist, so you have to understand what I'm saying through that lens when I say the word bad. But
I feel really
there
good
is
about
this
it.
interesting question of
You feel really bad about
the
it.
link
I get
specifically
it.
between just saying this animal suffers and this industry treats them really badly, therefore I'm just not going to buy that product, or saying something like, there is this problem of collective action and that my individual contribution doesn't make much of a difference.
Correct.
And so I'm still happy to engage in this, but I'm going to lobby for
Which I think is more reasonable.
government regulation, or I'm going to lobby these companies somehow. And I wonder where you fall down on that line, because you still eat some forms of animal products,
Yeah.
and I wonder if your decision as to which ones you actually eat in practice are more guided by sentimentality, just rational considerations of the pain of the animal, or also taking into consideration the impact that your purchase will have. Maybe all three, I don't know.
The main thing I think about is whether the animal had a life worth living.
Yeah.
That's the kind of the concept that I use to assess choice in a lot of these ways. I eat quite a lot of humanely farmed beef back in Australia when I'm not traveling. There's a farm near me where I know the guy. I buy quite a lot from him, and there's also the obsessive, expensive butchery in town where I get the rest, and I feel completely fine.
So what does humanely farmed mean in that context?
It means that the
They
animal
live like an
lived
animal.
sort of a not very constrained,
Mhm.
but well protected, fairly natural life. Not too much separation of generations. The farmer near me tries to keep families essentially together in the herd setting for much of the animals' lives. So you're doing the cow thing. You're sort of roaming around, hanging out with your friends and family,
Right,
you're
right, right, right.
eating, you're looked after. And then after a certain amount of time, you are killed for food.
Yeah.
So there's the way it's put by one of the American pioneers of this kind of farming is, it's a good life and one bad day, basically. I think that's how Joel Salatin describes
that.
it. And when the life is clearly what could be called an enviable non-human life,
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
One that you would rather live than not live at all.
I think that's very reasonable.
A test I apply in all these cases is a kind of reincarnation test.
Yeah.
Where I think, would I rather come back as a cow on this farmer's farm or not come back at all? Definitely rather come back as a cow here. Would I rather come back as a factory farmed pig in one of those sort of warehouse type operations or not come back at all? I would definitely not want to come back at all. So
I like
there's
that.
it's very much a thought experiment, but I
No, I
find
like
it a
it.
very useful one. And in the case of humane beef farming, which I think is done extensively in the UK, there's a good case. And
For extending that out.
the difference between that and the worst practices, especially around pigs and chickens, is just so enormous. It's such a gap. So I apply the sort of life worth living test in the case of food. Also animal experiments, which is something I've been
Especially.
It's hard to give animals and experiments a life worth living.
Yeah.
I think it's possible in principle for rodents. Philip Kitcher wrote a good paper about that some years ago. Do you want to use rodents in experiments? Fine, but make the overall life of those rodents in the experiments superior to the wild analog, and then continue. Go ahead, but if you're not doing that, then you should feel bad about it. I think this is a good argument. So I think the life worth living criterion
I like it though.
is one that it's not purely sentimental, because there's a role for reason and considerations of non-arbitrariness and factual information here. It's not just a kind of gut response.
We're losing stuff.
The way I would describe it is it's an attempt at reasoned valuation.
So there are a few things which jump out at me from what you're saying there. And
all right, so as they're going on to this next, they're rolling over this next little bit. I don't know. I do need to stop. We're running up on 4 hours here, so I do need to stop. And I'm also seeing that I'm dropping frames a lot. So I'm not going to continue if we're going to have a terrible time doing it. That being said, do you think we should continue with this? I think they kind of got everything out of this podcast we're going to get out of it. We got a couple cool moments. We did learn some fun stuff. My mind did not change. Although cool arguments up here. So I think I'd probably just say we did everything we could, which I'm cool with. I'm happy with. And I quit for today. I think that's reasonable. No objections. Okay. With that being said, good luck in all your endeavors. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I will see you here tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. See you again tomorrow.